No, the Google is not a right tool to manage our research activities. So you may ask a question, sir. So if you say Google is not a good source or good search engine for academic and research tools, what is the authentic sources? So what are the authentic sources? What are the sources available to go for research activities? So I can answer, yes, there are many tools, many resources, and many sites to contribute on behalf of research activities. So that's what today topics going to cover, something new and something different, which are very much important for research activities. So academic search engines. As I said, there are academic search engines, but there are good search engines which are particularly for scholarly activities, particularly for research and learning activities. So Google Scholar, not Google, Google Scholar is one of the greatest and important source in the world that all the academics and graduate students and postgraduate students and research students should know about this. Google Scholar is the clear number one, and when it comes to academic search engines, it is the power of Google search applied to research papers and patents. If not only lets you find the research papers for all academic disciplines for free, but also often provides links to full text PDF file. As you know, there are a number of research databases available in the world, which provides good number of research papers, which are authentic, which are relevant, which are suitable for your research. Apart from that, there are open access search options, search sites, so which may support you to get some inputs and research papers and scholarly materials from this site. There are sites that you need to subscribe. Subscribe in the sense you have to pay. That your college have been subscribing for many resources and many databases and many online tools to support for your learning and teaching and research activities. Likewise, in India, universities and Indian higher education institutions have access for many databases and many research tools, mainly through University Grant Commission of India. Even I know that InflipNet of India providing many facilities to all higher education institutions and universities of India to create vibrant research culture, to promote research in the country. But other side, if you have no access for particular resources, if you have no access for particular databases and research papers, is there any options available in the world? Yes, there are options that is called open access journal, open access databases, open in the sense that it is always free. So we must know, we should know the open access resources available in the world to gain few or more inputs to develop our research activities. So Google Scholar is one of the good, it is integrating both subscription-based resources and free or open access based resources. It is a good search engine to connect with all the research databases and research tools and research papers from millions of publishers and millions of journals. But you may ask questions. So if I search one terminology using this Google search engine, is it okay to download entire things? Whether it is authentic or trustworthy? Whether if I download from this Google search engine, Google Scholar search engine, can I believe all these papers? You may ask. My answer is no. Even though all the facilities available to see or download articles from Google Scholar, not all are not an authentic and trustworthy. Because you should know, whenever you search some research papers or whenever you type some terminology or keywords to get some insights or inputs from these kinds of sites, you must aware or you should know there are fake or predatory or some kind of noises which may disturb you or this may mislead you for your research that will affect your future career and even your academic journey. So you should know that two things. First, you should know what are the sources available to get access and to get or download good scholarly materials and information. Other side, you should know whether all these materials and documents and scholarly documents are relevant, authentic, or trustworthy. So is there any ways to know whether these materials are trustworthy or predatory or fake? Yes, there are ways. Why, if we know everything in the sense, two things. One is that knowing the availability of resources and the way to download the scholarly materials, and other side, so the downloading materials are authentic or trustworthy. So how can we identify? So how can we download? From which source? So both parts to be identified, to be understandable by the scholars. I think that you will get something new today. So when we see this Google Scholar, approximately more than 200 million articles contains in this Google Scholar. Only are there and related articles, even that Google Scholar will connect you. Suppose if you type one terminology, there will be more or millions of results will appear. So then it will connect with many related topics. You may prefer to download or you may prefer to see which are relevant with your terminology, which you have already typed in this search engine. Then the links to full text option is also available. So other thing is the export formats like APA, MLA that you know, there are world accepted reference standards. So APA and MLA, Modern Language Association, Chicago, Harvard, and which are world recognized and world accepted reference management style or reference styles. Okay. So while spending more time in this site, you will get more and you can take many inputs for your research. So next, alternatively, instead of Google Scholar, another search engine is also available that is called Microsoft Academic. This is also one of the famous search engine among scholars and academics in the world. So Microsoft Academic takes a different approach and generate for each paper that is indexed an overview page that allows to easily explore top citing articles and references of the articles. It contains more than 210 million of articles and abstract is also there. And it will also connect with the related articles which has already searched by you, and the references options cited by whom, and a link to full text. And this has also providing the export formats like APA, MLA, and BibTeX like that. And another academic search engine and huge famous database that we can use the two terms, whether we can consider it as a search engine and another side we can consider it as a scholarly database. So simply we can say that SCORE is an academic search engine dedicated to open access research papers. For each search results, a link to the full text PDF or full text web page is provided. So in addition to the PDF or full text papers, it also gives the web page. Okay, so this is a good source. If you see these search options, there are more than 135 millions of open access facility, open access materials are available. Even you don't need to subscribe for this, but you have access. You can download millions of articles from this site. It provides abstract and related articles. Even it has links to full text. All articles in core are open access. That is very important. Whether it doesn't matter, your university or your higher education institution provide access for particular databases, so it doesn't matter. But the core search engine provides articles from millions of resources, and you can get and you can download more than 135 million articles from this site. So another academic search engine is science.gov. Science.gov is a fantastic resource as it bundles and offers free access to search results from more than 15 US federal agencies. As we know, the US is the big brother of the world in providing information, particularly the scholarly information and research informations and discovered information to the world. So it is a good search engines created by US in connection with 15 US federal agencies. There is no need anymore to query all those resources separately, as is connected in a single search engine. It's also cover approximately more than 200 million articles, abstract, and it has links to full text and export formats also provided by this science.gov. So you can export the format available in this science.gov. So actually that I have to demonstrate how can we use these search engines. Unfortunately, this short limited time period allow us to give these informations and to highlight these sources. But if you spend more time, definitely you will get more information, and you will surprise about these sites, how it is supporting to me to get more information for my research. So another search engine is Semantic Scholar. So Semantic Scholar is the new kind on the blogs. It's the mission to provide more relevant and impactful search results using artificial intelligence powered algorithms that find hidden connection and links between research topics. It also covers approximately 40 million articles and abstract related articles cited by whom and links to full text based on that article's contents. And it's also provide export citation formats like a PML Chicago. So my request is to spend on this side to get a good experience to use for your research activities. So other part is OpenCourseware. You may heard about this OpenCourseware. OpenCourseware course lessons created at universities and published for free via internet. So during these pandemic situations, most of the scholars, students around the world utilized and used these kinds of open courseware to learn and to gain knowledge and to gain certified courses. So OCW project first appeared in the late 1990s, and after gaining ranking in Europe and then in the United States, have become a worldwide means of delivering educational content. The MIT OpenCourseWare is world largest and the world famous OpenCourseWare. You may heard MIT is one of the world leading and well-known and well-ranked university and higher education institutions. So MIT provides OpenCourseWare. OpenCourseWare is a web-based publication of virtually all MIT course content. So, suppose if you go through this site, you will surprise how can I use, so what are the facilities available through this MIT OpenCourseWare. OCW is open and available to world and is a permanent MIT activity and the leading activity of this institution. So list of universities offering this OCW. This is for your information, and if you are interested with OpenCourseWare, you can also go through this site and you can take this screenshot and you can spend more times and you can enjoy and you can gain some recognized certificate or different level of courses. School of Public Health at Johns Hopkins, and the Open University UK, Stanford Engineering Everywhere, Delft University of Technology, and UMass Boston, and the University of Tokyo. The University of Tokyo provides this course both in English and Japanese. And Yale University is also one of the famous university in the world. It also provides OpenCourseWare, which are recognized highly in the world. Right, now we are moving to another site that is called some of the open source options which are available for research purpose. As I said already, that suppose if you need to download some articles from a recognized site, you have to subscribe, or your institutions should subscribe. So other site, there are open access options that is called the free access facilities for research papers. So in this connection, the Directory of Open Access Journal is a leading site in the world and integrating and connecting and thousands of and millions of research papers from different journals. So the Directory of Journal was launched in the year of 2003 with 300 open access journals. Today, this independent database contains over 16,000, more than 16,000 peer-reviewed open access journals, covering all areas of science, which includes arts and humanities, or management, computer science, or social sciences, or hard sciences. It doesn't matter. It contains all the areas, it covers all the subjects under these more than 16,000 plus peer-reviewed open access journal. So please spend on this side and try to download good articles from various open access journal through this DOAJ. Open access journal and educational database. Just it is also some of the leading databases to download articles which are available freely. So you can take a note or you can take a screenshot and you can spend few more times to get familiar with these sites. Directory of open access that I said already, and a digital library of the common repository, that is another site, and educational resources and information center, that is called ERIC, and Science Open, public library of science, Biomed Central, archive, ePrint archive, and since I am from Sri Lanka, that I have to mention that Sri Lanka Journal Online gives access for more than 100 journals. All are almost authentic and mainly published by universities of Sri Lanka. So you can even go through this Sri Lanka Journal Online, and even you can try to publish your research finding in these journals. Open education initiatives in India. Since the conference organized by one of the famous college, that is Nirmala College for Women, so we must know, we should know, there are some initiatives, particularly as the open education initiatives in India. So National Program and Technology Enhanced Learning, which is an initiative by 7 IITs of India. So there's another one is the National Repository of Open Educational Resources. So next one is Open Source Courseware Animation Repository, particularly for animation purpose. You can go further, you can use for purpose. Open educational resources for schools and teacher education through school-based support in India. Though finally, that a very famous and very important one, Shod-Ganga. It is a digital repository of Indian electronic theses and dissertations. So in addition to that, I would like to highlight some important PhD thesis sites which are very much famous and authentic from world leading institutions. So first one is that DART Europe e-thesis portal. It has more than 700,000 theses that most of the theses are downloadable and you don't need to pay anything. Some of you may be interested to download a thesis from a particular subject. You can try using this site. And Ethos, it is also one of the famous sites to download thesis. It has more than 400,000 theses. A networked digital library of thesis and dissertation, simply we call NDLTD. You can go through that. You can download research thesis and dissertations, mainly for MPhil and PhD level thesis. And open access ProQuest dissertations. The ProQuest is a famous site to download thesis and dissertation, but it also has some open access facilities to provide thesis and dissertations option to download freely. So you can try. Shod-Ganga, as I said in the previous slide, Shod-Ganga is one of the famous sites under the NDLTD program, but particularly cover thesis and dissertation from Indian universities. Right, now coming to the third part. This is a very important part. Resources for selecting a journal publisher or journal. So there are two things. That if you are a researcher, if you are a research scholar, that you must know the recognized publishers in the world. There are thousands or millions of publishers in the world publishing research journals and even publishing books or scholarly materials. There is a question, sir, there have been an issue in the world. How can believe whether the publishers or journals are authentic and trustworthy? So is there any option to identify those? Yes, there are options, but we have to be careful. We must aware about this. Then only, without having any doubts, we can select, we can publish our valuable research findings in the authentic and trustworthy sources and trustworthy publishers. The process of selecting the appropriate journal has become increasingly complex due to the proliferation of journals, areas of specialization, and emergence of interdisciplinary topics. So, if I want to say, compared to the previous slides and previous information, this information is very, very important and vital in your research activities. Because I have seen, even I have studied many Indian scholars and Sri Lankan scholars, that most of the Indian scholars, and without knowing the fact about journals and publishers, they are selecting even predatory or fake type journals to publish their research findings. So what is predatory and fake? Almost that simply we say the fake and the predatory, both of that sometimes we can call as synonyms, which means that they are trying to cheat the academics and scholars to make some profit. Okay, so in this case, we have to be careful when we select journal, when we try to publish our valuable research findings, when we deposit money for the journal for publishing our research findings. So authors have to optimize between many criteria or constraints before reaching a decision about where to publish. Where to publish is a huge and very important task. Otherwise, you will lose your reputation. You will lose your image as being an academics. We must be careful. So journal selection tool. So that actually that if we have time, we can spend one by one. How can we use these sites to select a good journal, and we can select the right and very relevant journal using different tools and techniques. So here that I have listed out some journal selector tools, which are this is Directory of Open Access Journal is also one of the sites, but there are other sites like Eden's Journal Selector and Elsevier Journal Finder. So Elsevier's Journal Finder, I have to highlight something about this. Elsevier is the world famous publishers in the world, and it provides more than 300 or more than thousands of journals through their journal database. But when we try to publish or select a journal from Elsevier, the Elsevier Journal Finder will support us to select by putting our abstract or full paper in their Journal Finder site to select a good journal. So likewise, there are sites to select a journal generally. The Eden's Journal Selector is the one option. It is connecting almost all leading publishers, and journal or author name estimator is also there. Journal guide and publisher flourish, and open journal matcher, and Springer Journal Suggester. Okay, so these are some important tools that I have listed here. So please take a note, or please take a screenshot and spend time and get familiar with this site to use for your research. And evaluation tools or criteria. So journal evaluation tool, that is very much important. Where can I publish my research articles? You should try to answer for these questions. Before you publish, you have to think, and after that, you have to check the relevancy, authenticity, trustworthy, and suitability. You have to check. So after that only, you have to go for publication, or you have to submit your article. Then publishing your work, assessing journal legitimacy. That's very important. As I said, there are fake and predatory publishers and journals in the world. So while if we know the legitimacy of particular journals and publishers, definitely we will be happy if we publish, we submit with that authentic journals. Identifying predatory or pseudo journals. So pseudo is also kind of synonyms with the predatory. And journal publishing practices and standards framework that all the universities, all the colleges, all the higher education institutions should provide and should guide on this for the betterment of the researchers and the scholars. Principle of transparency and best practices in scholarly publishing. Recommendation for the content reporting and editing. There are many things to discuss, but anyway, because of a time constraint, I would like to minimize my slides and talk. So the SIMAGO journal ranking is also one of the good resources to get some insights about journal and to find the best journal in different subjects. And even you can compare different journal sites. You can select journals from different countries and from different subject areas. So please go through this site as well. And Web of Science manuscript matcher, that all of you are almost, if you are doing your PhD or postgraduate studies, you must submit, you must produce or publish some research papers which are indexed in Web of Science coverage or covered journals. So how can we select a journal? You may ask question. So Web of Science manuscript matcher is one of the good options to select a right journal which are covered by Web of Science. So what is the mechanisms? How can we use? So you have to put the Web of Science manuscript matcher. You have to create a free account. Then you can go for that. You can use this manuscript matcher. You have to put the title of your manuscript, and then you have to put the abstract of your manuscript. Then after that, you have to give search options. It will list out the relevant and suitable journal that which you have to select for to publish your paper. Another one is journal guide. Journal guide is also one of the best option and the best source to find a good journal which are trustworthy and authentic. So to summarize, the journal finder tools are there. So here's what are the descriptions that will support to get some insights for your idea. Okay. So with this information, with this short presentation, I would like to conclude my lectures in this technical section. And before that, I would like to thank the organizers of this international conference from Nirmala College for Women, and hope that what are the areas covered in these sessions definitely will support in your research endeavors. Though the time is very short, you can go and you can spend more time to get some a few inputs to match with your research. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, madam, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you for the great knowledge you have disseminated, sir. May I now request Dr. Anbu Selvi, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning to one and all present here. Gratitude makes sense of our past, brings peace for today, and creates a vision for tomorrow. It's the words of Melody Betty. It's my privilege to acknowledge and propose vote of thanks for the contribution of each one who worked hard to make this event a notable one. I thank Almighty God for making today's event a successful one. With His blessings and grace, we were able to make this event possible. I express my profound appreciation and gratitude to our Honorable International Resource Person, Dr. T. Prathiban, Senior Assistant Librarian, UVA, Velesa University, Gadula, Sri Lanka, for sharing his ideas and knowledge on tools and techniques for effective research management. Sir has accepted our invitation and spared time to grace this occasion in spite of his busy schedule. The way in which he expressed this topic was extraordinary. This technical session gave us something new to our students. He also spoke about what are the different sources available to research activities like Google Scholar, Microsoft Academic, Core, Science.gov, and more about the research engines. Sir has also spoke about open courseware, directory of open access journals, and open educational initiatives what are all taken in India, and also open PhD thesis available in websites. And he also spoke about the evaluation tools, criteria, and rubrics, and how to find the journal on websites. I am pretty sure that our research scholars and students would have gained knowledge on tools and techniques to be adapted in their research works effectively. On behalf of management, organizing committee, faculty members, students, and my own behalf, once again, I thank our resource person, Dr. T. Pradeepan. Thank you so much, sir, for your informative session.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now invite Dr. Monica Shirley, Assistant Professor, Department of English SF, to welcome Colonel R.N. Rajesh, DAR, GPSTN, DSC HQ, Jodhpur.
Yamboyan. Monday.
We are made for goodness. We are made for love. We are made for all the beautiful things that you and I know. We are made to tell the world that there are no outsiders. Good morning to one and all present here. I take immense pleasure to welcome everyone for this technical session 4. I wholeheartedly welcome Colonel Rajesh, Director, Group Station Defense Security Corps, Jodhpur. Colonel Rajesh hails from Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala, and is presently the Director, Group Station Defence Security Corps with headquarters Jodhpur sub-area. Colonel is an alumni of Military School, Bangalore. He did his college studies from His Highness the Maharaja's University College of Arts and Science, Thiruvananthapuram, where he topped the University of Kerala in postgraduate degree. He was commissioned into the Indian Army in August 1993. On passing out, he was awarded the coveted Sword of Honor for the best of all around cadet. He was also the recipient of Humayun Regimental Medal for the best in drill and turnout and Jammu and Kashmir Light Infantry Medal for the best in physical abilities and training. He has got his postgraduate in 3 disciplines: MA in Geography, MSc Tech in Weapon Systems, Masters in Journalism and Mass Communication. He is also a qualified counter-insurgency instructor from prestigious Counter-Insurgency and Jungle Warfare School, Mizoram. He has held various staff appointments in Indian Army headquarters, and he is an instructor at Indian Army Training Establishment. I take privilege in welcoming Colonel Rajesh to this international conference. Welcome you, sir. I welcome one and all.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I hope I am visible, clear, and audible good.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now request our respected resource person, Colonel R.N. Rajesh, to render the special lecture.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the House, and also the scholastic dignitaries from our friendly neighborhood, Sri Lanka, at Nirmala College for Women, Coimbatore, attending the esteemed 2-day International Conference on New Frontiers in Research, Challenges and Innovations. I'm thankful to Reverend Sister Dr. M. Helen, the Principal, Sister Dr. Jacqueline Mary, Dr. P. Jyotirmai, all members of the staff, Nirmala College for Women, Coimbatore, to have given me this opportunity to be a part of this august house. It is indeed a great honor for me to be amongst you all. As part of the celebrations of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the 75 years of Indian independence, I would be talking about the developments of the Indian Armed Forces over the post-independence era. The predecessors to the contemporary Army of India were many: the Sepoy regiments, native cavalry, irregular horse, and Indian sapper and minor companies raised by the 3 British presidencies. The Army of India was raised under the British Raj in the 19th century by taking the erstwhile presidency armies, merging them and bringing them under the crown. The British Indian Army fought in both world wars. Post-independence, the armed forces succeeded the military of British India following India's independence in 1947. After World War II, many of the wartime troops were discharged and the units disbanded. The reduced armed forces were partitioned between India and Pakistan. Strength of the Indian Army in August 1947 was 4 lakhs, but the political leadership was keen to reduce the strength to save defense expenditure, and hence it was decided to bring down the strength of the army to 2 lakhs after the Jammu and Kashmir operations, which would involve the disbandment of many units. A new Territorial Army Act was passed in 1948, and infantry and artillery units with a nucleus of regular officers were raised in 1949. Many other changes occurred during the period from 48 to 60. The designation of the Commander-in-Chief of the British Indian Army ceased to be in use from 1955, and the present 3 chiefs, Army, Navy, and the Air Force, were made equal and independently responsible for their respective service. The untimely death of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel took away all opposition to Nehru's views. The Sino-Indian War of 1962 and the national humiliation was the result of Nehru's policy and his bias against the military. The military also failed by acquiescing to a policy they knew to be militarily and politically unsound. The Indian Armed Forces fought in all 4 wars against Pakistan and 2 wars against People's Republic of China in 1962 and 1967. India also fought in the Kargil War with Pakistan in 1999, the highest altitude mountain warfare in history. The Indian Armed Forces have participated and continues to participate in several United Nations peacekeeping operations and are presently the second largest contributor to troops of the peacekeeping force. The trauma of victory period of 1961 to 71 was one of the most traumatic periods of the Indian Armed Forces. The defeat in 1962 took the foundation of the nation and the armed forces. The army began to introspect to overcome its weaknesses. 65 war helped the army to redeem itself, but revealed embarrassing weaknesses in its equipment and its training, and even leadership at various levels. These 2 wars spurred political leadership to modernize and expand the services. As 1970 came to a close, the Indian Army was now ready to face new challenges emerging on the horizon. 1971 war resulted in creation of a new nation, Bangladesh, and a decisive military victory in which 93,000 prisoners of war were taken. It is the spirit of the soldiery during this campaign that deserves mention. In the words of Sidney Schanberg of New York Times, who accompanied Indian troops in 2 sectors, he says, I quote, "I don't like sitting around praising armies. I don't like armies because armies mean wars. And I don't like wars. But this, the Indian Army, was something. They were great all the way. There was never a black mark. I lived with the officers and I rode with the Jawans. And they were all great. And they were the most perfect gentlemen. I have never seen them do a wrong thing. Not even when they just saw how bestial the enemy had been." The period after 1971 war saw the steady modernization of the Indian Army with new equipment for modern wars. The expert committee under the chairmanship of Lieutenant General K.V. Krishna Rao submitted its report in 1976. Some of its major recommendations started getting implemented in the 80s. The expansion of mechanized forces was achieved as a result of this report. On April 13, 1984, 34 soldiers of the Indian Army were landed by 17 sorties of helicopters at a point 3 kilometers short of Bilafondla, a pass on the Soltaro Ridge west of the present Siachen Glacier. The soldiers occupied the pass. This was the opening move in what is referred to as the Siachen conflict between India and Pakistan, which continues till date. This period also saw the army operation in the Golden Temple on night June 5-6, 1984, at Amritsar to clear the complex of the militants who had based themselves in the temple. The operation was codenamed Blue Star. By the first light of June 7, 1984, the Golden Temple complex had been cleared of militants, but it left in its aftermath a wave of anguish and anger amongst the Sikh community, and the nation faced the assassination of the then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi by her Sikh guards. Then came the Sri Lankan operations in the period July 1987 to March 1990. The Indian Army was seen fighting in Sri Lanka with one hand tied behind their back. Indian Peacekeeping Force IPKF moved to Sri Lanka to carry out peacekeeping duties as generally assigned during UN operations, and to separate the warring factions, that is, Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam LTTE and Sri Lankan Armed Forces, but ended up enforcing peace and conducting military operations against LTTE. What the Indian Army achieved is best described in the words of Rajan Vijayaratri, at one time the State Minister of Defense in Sri Lankan government. He is reported to have said the IPKF had virtually finished them off. They were gasping for breath in the jungles. It was we who provided that oxygen to them. This summed up what IPKF had achieved before de-election. On November 8, 1988, the Indian Army launched an operation in Maldives to prevent mercenaries from overthrowing the government of Maldives, and while it did not involve much fighting, it demonstrated to the world the speed and efficiency with which the Indian Armed Forces could react. This period, 1989 onwards, also saw the start of the terrorism and insurgency in Kashmir and deployment of additional troops in J&K. May to July 1999 saw the war in the Kargil sector, that is 168 kilometers along the line of control, LOC, stretching from Kaubal Gully in the west to Chorbatla in the east, both in the present Jammu and Kashmir. The sector was vast and the line of control runs along the watershed, along heights 4,000 to 5,000 meters high. The frontage and the nature of terrain ensured large gaps between defended areas. The deployment included 1 infantry battalion at Dras, 2 infantry battalions and a BSF battalion covering Kargil, while Chorbatla was held by Ladakh scouts. As indications of Pakistani intrusions came in, starting from May 3, 1999, it became clear that armed intruders had occupied heights in the gaps between all defended areas in the sector. It was established that India was facing an attempt by Pakistan to change the LOC using its regular troops. While the initial reactions of patrols and attacks did fix the enemy, success came their way only when the whole act was put together. The air and artillery with 155 mm howitzers was employed with devastating effect to allow the Indian soldier, the infantryman, to live up to his reputation of fortitude under adversity and courage and determination in the attack. A point to note here for everyone is that the Indian Army is perhaps the only army in the world to have fought an enemy sitting perched on an elevated place, annihilated the enemy, and fighting the terrain and adverse climatic conditions, eliminated the intruding neighboring countries' regular army persons, and won laurels once again. The Indian Army personnel also showed the soldierly respects to the killed enemy soldiers by rightfully conducting religious rites befitting them when their country refused to accept its own sons. The Operation Parakram, a Hindi synonym for valor, was a momentous event which could have unleashed a major war on the subcontinent. It involved a massive buildup of Indian Army ordered in the wake of December 13, 2001 terrorist attack on the Parliament House. This 10-month-long mobilization from January to October 2002 along the border with Pakistan generated high levels of tension in the relations between the two South Asian neighbors and raised the prospects of a major war, with both the nations being nuclear. The operation was a major effect in coercive diplomacy by New Delhi in the wake of the terrorist attacks on the Indian Parliament. And while the government claims that their strategic objectives were met by mere posturing, which avoided a war, military analysts are of the view that gains were not commensurate to the mammoth exercise in coercive diplomacy by India. However, it led to some positive changes in India's military doctrine, and it hastened military modernization together with organizational changes. The unprecedented intrusions by the PLA forces of China into the Indian territory at Doklam and Sikkim area brought a face-off between the two nations' armies. The war-hardened army, with a changed face of it, did not behave in the same manner of 1962 Sino-Indian War. The face-off continued for months together until the PLA forces withdrew. The PLA forces once again tried a mischief in the Galwan Valley in Ladakh by intruding into the Indian space. A short hand-to-hand battle ensued atop a ridge top, and the Indian Army gave a befitting reply to the Chinese counterparts. Not a bullet fired, but maces, rods, sticks, and bare hands did the job. Many got killed by getting pushed down the ridge to the river gorge. The face-off continues even today despite the build-up of both forces in the region, but vacation of certain terrain rests still. Over 14 rounds of talks at various levels, both the armies have moved back. The valor with which the Indian Army personnel fought the PLA Army personnel in the hand-to-hand battle, they had a greater edge over the PLA Army. The latest about the number of deaths of the PLA has been given out by the Australian news agency. The threat of terrorism from Pakistan that was fomented in 1989 has not diminished yet. The latest string of attacks brought in the new design by the Pakistani ISI, which is the mastermind in deploying the nefarious activities of the intruding terrorists. The latest attacks, to name a few major ones, those came to media lights will be told. Attacks took place in Gurdaspur district of Punjab, wherein 7 persons were killed and 19 injured. 3 terrorists were also killed. The next was by a heavily armed group attacking Pathankot Air Force Station. 5 attackers and 6 security forces personnel were killed during the operations. The next one in Pampur, in which a bus carrying over 40 CRPF officers, killing 8 officers and injuring over 20 others critically in the ensuing gun battle, of which 2 of the militants were also killed. A major incident took place when 4 terrorists from Pakistan struck a brigade headquarters administrative base at Uri and killed 17 unarmed and unsuspecting soldiers in their tents. The riposte from Indian Army came 10 days later, and on the night of September 28-29, when Indian Army's special forces struck at 7 launch pads of the terrorists across the line of control along a frontage of about 200 kilometers in 2 different core zones, thus achieving complete surprise over the Pakistani military establishment and inflicted considerable casualties on the terrorists and military persons in the area. This action by itself proved to be a manifestation of the new aggressive strategy of the government of India to deal with the proxy war waged by Pakistan against India since 1989. The Balakot strike by the Indian Air Force soon showed the world what India is now capable of. Another attack by 3 terrorists from Pakistan breached the army base in Nagrota near Jammu in police uniforms and attacked a unit. It was 2 young majors in their early 30s that fought them and ultimately died in the line of duty. 5 soldiers and 2 officers of the army died in this operation. Following the terrorist strikes, a range of themes highlighting issues of strategic handling of such situations, types of forces to be employed, their command and control, border guarding, perimeter defenses, use of technology, ability of local police to follow up the specific intelligence inputs to intercept the terrorists before the strike, and the lack of community involvement are widely put in place. According to the state police, for the first time in 7 years, the number of terrorists killed in counterinsurgency operations in Jammu and Kashmir had crossed 200 till November end 2017. And more are continuing. Messages, intelligence inputs are now made available from all possible sources to the security forces fighting the terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir. Mere promises and tall claims is not going to help the nation build a worthwhile military capability in the form of a deterrence, which is vital in order to avoid wars, and if compelled to go to war, then we will be in a position to win the war. Now I come to the development in other fields. The Indian Army is the 3rd largest army in the world in terms of size based on the number of persons. But this description obfuscates the fact that it is not as powerful as what such a portrayal should signify in terms of its capacity to undertake military operations optimally in the multi-domain, technology-dominated battlefields of the future. The Indian Army essentially remains a force largely organized, equipped, and trained to fight wars of the past. That is not to say that the defense forces cannot carry out its role and tasks successfully in the current context. More so, if it is provided the requisite means. Nonetheless, it needs no emphasis that the Indian Defense Forces needs to modernize expeditiously if it has to be prepared to take on the security challenges of the future. And the work is on. As India rises in stature economically and technologically towards a more eminent position in the region and the world, it has to concurrently build on its military power. In the modern context, to thwart the threats and challenges that it is likely to face along the way from our potential adversaries. However, building up military power is not easy, given the budgetary constraints. especially when the country needs to concurrently meet the important requirement of economic development to provide human security and a better quality of life for its people. The COVID pandemic over the last 2+ years has had a considerable toll on the Indian economy. The Indian armed forces were still not affected that badly, but in fact, we had a well-coordinated evacuation of our nationals from friendly foreign countries only with our own resources. As also, we ferried medical supplies to so many foreign countries, which demanded especially the vaccines, some on cost basis and many on a friendly nature. The ferrying also was by the armed forces personnel in Air Force flights. The evacuation of own nationals from war-stricken Syria and Afghanistan in the wake of airspace denied by our friendly neighbor Pakistan was also carried out diligently by the Air Force flights. Humanitarian ways are the culture of dharma of the land, and the Indian Armed Forces, without any partiality, does it for all humans. Nonetheless, the 2022 budgetary allocations in the face of a growth prospective GDP has given an increased allocation for the Indian Defence Forces for procurements both ex-import and in-house manufacturing. Equipment and modernization schemes. The decade of governments of the erstwhile government 2004 to 2014 regimes saw complete apathy and collapse of defense modernization. This era has severely degraded the war fighting capabilities of the Indian Defence Forces. The critical shortages and obsolescence of its current equipment include night fighting aids, 155 mm artillery howitzers. A point to note, the last one that we had prior to this was the Bofors, which was also under a scanner. Light utility helicopters, attack helicopters, air defense assets, various categories of ammunition, anti-tank and air defense missile system, close quarter battle, that is CQB carbines, assault rifles, machine guns, sniper rifles, anti-material rifles, and other urgently needed weapons and equipment by the special forces in the Indian Army. Least to state that the aging naval and air force assets were depleting to the intermittent accidents, proving fatal to both man and machine. The present Indian government is trying to ameliorate the difficulties being faced by the defense forces, but nearly 3 decades or more of neglect and poor performance of erstwhile government of a force of the size of Indian Defence Forces cannot be undone in a short time frame. Because when voids and obsolescence start increasing year after year, the situation gets out of control and directly impacts the combat efficiency of the defense forces. Modernization in an era when the nation faces a two-front conventional war threat, in addition to the challenges of counterinsurgency, counter-terrorism in the western and in the northeastern regions of India, will have to take a front seat. So far, many new schemes have been announced and sanctions given in respect of artillery, air defense, and small arms. Noticeable changes have occurred on the ground. Under the Atmanirbhar Bharat, the defense production line also has had its share. As on today, India has achieved a status wherein we are going to export military hardware to various countries. Not the erstwhile developing countries, but many of the so-called developed countries. India's indigenous BrahMos missile sale, which has been the recent one, is an example. Yes, we are also going in for outright procurement of weaponry, radars, aircrafts, etc., as well as manufacturing a lot of them in-house. Defense manufacturing units with aid from technological and warfare know-how from the privatized defense establishments are the new goal. The way forward. Indian Army is likely to face 4 types of threats and challenges in the future, including traditional threats from China and Pakistan, contemporary threats in the form of terrorism, internal challenges, and out-of-area contingency threats. This implies that India faces a two-front threat as far as conventional conflicts are concerned, and these may be large-scale conflicts or even border wars under the nuclear shadow. Taking the two-front threats that India has with its friendly adversaries, we have what we call the half threat, which is internal. And this is what the erstwhile Chief of Defence Staff, General Bipin Rawat, was stating. The other challenges are in the form of international terrorism, homegrown insurgencies aided and abetted by some of our neighboring countries, and out-of-area challenges whose contours are hazy at present. Many feel that conventional conflicts in the present circumstances, when the region has become nuclearized, are unlikely. However, Kargil, Doklam, Galwan type border wars cannot be precluded. Considering that we have unresolved borders in the form of line of control with Pakistan and the line of actual control with China. These border wars may escalate to larger conflicts involving more than one sector facing two different adversaries on two widely separated fronts. Hence, the element of strategic uncertainty is introduced into the entire operational planning, which has a direct impact on overall force levels and capability buildup. One fact which is undeniable is that should there be another war, it will be of hybrid nature and it may involve fighting the enemy simultaneously on two fronts in varying terrain at the borders while simultaneously countering terrorism and or insurgency in the hinterland. Various ideologies on these matters need to be fruitfully utilized to get an insight into the operational preparedness and budgetary support. Yes, is of course required. The Indian government of today seriously considers the transformation of the Indian Defence Forces for the future through technological improvements coupled with new joint operational doctrines and innovative operational art, along with joint operational training, which should give India a distinct advantage over its potential adversaries, which is vital for preserving India's sovereignty and furthering its national interests. The Indian Defence Forces modernization do not rest at replacements for nearly every weapon and equipment that it currently has in its inventory, starting from assault rifle to the artillery and air defense weapons, night fighting equipment, surveillance devices, and a new helicopter fleet comprising various categories and types of helicopters, just to name a few. The government has notified the strategic partnership policy, focusing on selecting an Indian strategic partner for all major defense procurements by the government in key segments like helicopters, submarines, armored fighting vehicles, etc. This policy is an integral step towards indigenization and capability development and will result in revolutionary changes in domestic defense production and the creation of an ecosystem for defense manufacturing. A thing of Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat both put in together. India, being no member of any traditional military alliance, has to maintain an independent military capability in keeping with the critical need to retain its strategic autonomy while protecting itself against possible threats to its unity and integrity. The Indian Defence Forces are structured to deal with the possible threats from potential adversaries as part of its capability to carry out its mandated role and tasks. The primary role of the Indian Defence Forces is to ensure the territorial integrity of the nation by deterrence or by waging war. The secondary role is to provide assistance to civil authorities when requisitioned to respond to heightened law and order situations, for disaster management, or for providing essential services. As it was told yesterday when the army saved or rescued a boy from the cliffs in Palghat district, that the army trains for such eventualities. Actually, the army trains for its eventualities that come in the war, but these help them in shaping themselves. In keeping with its mandated roles, the Defence Forces has to ensure multidimensional capability to deal with the external threats from our potential adversaries, as also be prepared to assist in dealing with internal security threats of a heightened nature, especially those involving secessionist uprisings against the state. Accordingly, as most of our current threats pertain to conventional conflict over disputed land borders and sub-conventional challenges like insurgencies and cross-border terrorism, the Indian Army has been structured as a 2.5 front force, whereby Not only has the army built up conventional capabilities to deal with threats along the western and northern borders, but it has also the capacity to deal with the lesser subconventional front by employment of the Rashtriya Rifles independently or in combination with the regular paramilitary or police forces within the state. The integration of all the three services of the defense forces and the harmonious synergy that they achieve is one of the best in the nation, especially when the aid to civil authorities are met. Maritime clash in the Indian Ocean. Another critical scenario for Indian Defense Forces is a maritime conflict between China and India in the Indian Ocean. Such a scenario could be sui generis, or an expansion or escalation of another dispute elsewhere. China may, for example, choose to escalate at sea if India stalemates its forces on land. As with any scenario, the devil is in the details of the assumptions about how the war begins and the strategic objectives of the belligerents. Nevertheless, some issues are likely to be common across a range of potential scenarios. First, much as is the case on the LAC, India will likely have an initial numerical advantage. India maintains virtually all its forces in the Indian Ocean region, while most of China's forces are east of Malacca. This will put a great deal of pressure on China to keep either its Indian Ocean forces as a fleet in being or to rapidly link with its western and eastern forces. This in turn will put pressure on India to prevent these outcomes. Second, entrances to the Indian Ocean will be key terrain. In 10 years, China's fleet may have multiple basing options in the Indian Ocean, but presently their major hub is in Djibouti. People's Liberation Army Navy, which is acronymed as PLAN, PLAN. Surface ships and submarines may also have access to Pakistani ports at Gwadar and Karachi. However, in the event of a crisis or conflict with India, these ships would likely put to sea and attempt to get out of the range of India's land-based strike systems. This could allow India's Navy to bottle up the plan in the choke point of the Gulf of Aden. The remainder of China's fleet in the east would therefore need to enter the Indian Ocean through one of several major choke points, including the Straits of Malacca, Sunda, and Lombok. This unique geography could give India the opportunity to operate on interior lines and defeat the plan in detail, or at least delay and attrite their forces sufficiently to prevent China from gaining maritime superiority in the Indian Ocean. Third, maritime domain awareness, wide area intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, ISR, and long-range strike will be crucial. India's geographic advantages are for naught if it cannot exploit them to deny China from projecting its superior maritime power into the Indian Ocean by rapidly hunting down planned forces in the Indian Ocean and threatening transit through key choke points before the plan can reinforce from the South China Sea. This competition over which side can effectively locate, target, and strike the other side's forces first is likely to determine maritime superiority in the Indian Ocean, and it's presently a toss-up. India has the home field advantage, a fleet of powerful maritime domain awareness aircraft in its P-8I Poseidons, and a lethal anti-ship missile in the BrahMos. China has a larger and more capable constellation of space-based ISR assets to include both electronic and image intelligence, as well as a large arsenal of cruise and ballistic anti-ship missiles. The key point, however, is that most of China's maritime surveillance and strike assets are oriented towards the Western Pacific and South China Sea, and satellites are vulnerable to jamming, spoofing, dazzling, blinding, or cyber and kinetic attacks. Fourth, time will be a critical factor. India's initial advantages are ephemeral. They are only a product of the time needed for China to marshal its forces in the Indian Ocean. This means that India must maximize both the duration of this window. Example, by increasing its warning time for China's military action and delaying Chinese deployment of forces, and the amount of damage Indian forces can achieve during it. Example, by rapidly finding, targeting, and striking plan assets. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been quite a long session, and I hope I have been able to bring forth to you the might of our country's defense forces. There are many wars and conflicts the Indian defense forces have fought and emerged victorious. As on date, the Indian Army stands as the third largest army on account of the number of persons, but the demands of Indian defense forces for peacekeeping by various worldly countries shows the real might. In the year of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the nation's forces showcase all facets of humaneness other than the war fighting and annihilation power. Let me conclude by a very famous saying: we hunt by choice and kill by profession. I would now request you all to have your minds tuned to watch what is in store with the Indian Armed Forces at present and for the future. Here it is. Can we have the video, please?
The sea is never the same. Constant change is in its nature, surprising even the most hardened mariner. The principal manifestation of India's maritime power, the Indian Navy is stood to thwart any threats to national security. adapting and augmenting its combat preparedness as a formidable blue water force. Silently, forcefully, swiftly, geared up for the changing times, cognizant of an altered world. The Navy remains a credible, cohesive, and combat-worthy force, guarding the interests of the nation, at home and abroad, always ready to answer the call. The Indian Navy. Silent, strong, and swift.
अपने हाथों हम बनाएंगे इन उड़ानों से निशानियां छोड़ जाएंगे अपनी किस्मत अपने हाथों हम बनाएंगे इन उड़ानों से निशानियां छोड़ जाएंगे बादलों के पीछे लड़ाने दुश्मनों से नजरें मिलाने बादलों से पीछे लड़ाने दुश्मनों से नजरें मिलाने हम चले आसमां तेरी ओर आसमां तेरी ओर आसमां तेरी ओर आसमां तेरी ओर ओ बादलों के पीछे लड़ाने दुश्मनों से नजरें मिलाने बादलों के पीछे लड़ाने दुश्मनों से नजरें मिलाने हम चले आसमां तेरी ओर आसमां तेरी ओर आसमां तेरी ओर आसमां
With the advent of more Tejas and induction of S-400 missile system, the IAF is even more lethal and gives pause to any enemy. A new India faces a new world, and the Indian Air Force is determined to safeguard its boundaries and interests. Our air warriors selflessly fly into the blue yonder, only to stand in harm's way, to strike fear in those with malicious intent. To give a message loud and clear to the world, the Indian Air Force is Atmanirbhar and Saksham to take on any challenge or threat on mission mode. Jai Hind!
Bitch, I wanna party like Chris Farley. Dream of night, I dream of day, I dream of watching you fade away. Feel me once, feel me twice, feel me more, shoot you aside. जो उठेगा धड़ से कटेगा कहाँ पे छिपेगा कहाँ पे बचेगा उठा तो गिरेगा गिरा तो चिरेगा छिपा तो मिलेगा मिला तो मारेगा भाग 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 बच सके तो बच ले आज भी है ये जलजला है पूरे जोर पर चला है किस्मत दम है जो लड़ा है कौन रह सका खड़ा है सबसे अटल सबसे प्रबल शस्त्र रचित रक्त चरित्र
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope the small dosage was good enough to understand what we in the armed forces are capable of as on date. Being from the Indian Army, I have endeavored to include whatever I could gain from my Indian Navy and Air Force colleagues. I once again thank all involved in the organizing committee to allow me to tell a few words to understand what our mighty armed forces are. I am restricted because of the security related things that I have not been able to share much of it with you people. Rest assured, the nation is in safe hands of the armed forces, which live a life less ordinary. Jai Hind.
Thank you for your informative and inspiring dedication. Thank you for your informative and inspiring dedication, sir. I now entreat Mrs. M. Satya, Librarian, SF, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good morning to all. Our goodness life. The roots of all goodness lie in the soil of appreciation. On behalf of organizing committee, I take this opportunity to propose my gratitude to those who have directly and indirectly contributed to the 2 days international conference on new frontiers in research, challenges and innovations. The vibration of thanks creates the more wonderful feelings. With the grateful feeling, I thank the resource person, Colonel Rajesh, Director, Group Station Defense Security Corps, Jodhpur, for imparting the wisdom to the participants on the special lecture on achievements at 75 to celebrate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Sir talked about Indo-Chinese War and hidden struggles faced in Indian Army in different battles. Sir highlighted the importance and brave decision taken during tough times in protecting the country from the neighboring countries. Sir expressed history and development of Blue Stars. He spoke about conducting the military operation and wars in Indian Army Force. We are enlightened with your knowledge and presence. Thank you, sir. A special thanks to organizing committee of NFRCI 2022, teaching and non-teaching staff for their unflinching support and coordination. Our heartfelt thanks to our students and research scholars for active participation. With these warm words and kind message, we move to the end of the session. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Libraries store the energy that fuels the imagination, says Sidney Sheldon. Nirmala College for Women possesses a colosseum of radiating wisdom since 1948. Housed in a modern and aesthetically well-designed multi-story building, it evokes in one's mind the Colosseum at Rome. It is a 3-storied edifice and is fully automated with a wide collection of the latest books, periodicals and CDs which is updated every year. You will be wonderstruck to know the intellectual feast the library offers to satiate the young mind's appetite for knowledge. It houses 63,116 books, 92 journals and magazines, both national and international, with a seating capacity for 250 users. It caters to the requirements of the research scholars as well. The digital library consists of 2 servers and 58 PCs to support its various operations and services. Electronic resources such as InflibNet and List and NPTEL are made available to all the members of the library via internet and the college intranet. It also hosts DELNet, a digital repository of research, to promote resource sharing among the member libraries. Who can access this divine edifice of wisdom and tranquility? All the students, faculty and administrative staff of the college are the members of the library. The Nirmala College Library also extends its membership to retired faculty and visitors. The library is fully computerized with barcoding facility. The barcoded ID cards provided to the students help to systemize the day-to-day book transactions. The library, which has an open access system, uses technology in efficient and innovative manner. PG and Research Department of Library and Information Science offers Master of Library and Information Science, a 2 years full-time program. Any graduate from a recognized university is eligible for this program. Library provides diverse courses to hone the skills of students' readings. They endow the students with a wide range of career prospects. The Library of Nirmala College strives to increase the students' burning desire for reading. The doors of this magnificent building is open from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. on weekdays and 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Saturdays. If you are struck by a zest to delve into reading, then never wait to walk into this wilderness of books, a colosseum of radiating wisdom. Libraries store the energy that fuels the imagination. Nirmala College for Women, Redfields, Coimbatore, is a reputed Catholic institution of higher education for women under the Congregation of the Franciscan Sisters, founded by Reverend Father Joseph Louis Ravel in the year 1948. The college became autonomous in the year 2007. The institution continues to be affiliated to Bharatiyar University and sketches varied course of studies and takes up an innovational approach in teaching methodology and evaluation. The phenomenal contribution of highly qualified and multi-talented faculty has set the students in the excellent standards in the sphere of higher education. A vital role is played by the non-teaching faculty to preserve the beautiful ambience at campus. The improvisation of quality each year led to the re-accreditation of the college with A grade in the academic year 2010 to 2011. In the year 2015, the college was once again accredited A grade by NAAC with a CGPA of 3.62. The college has been recognized under the Star College scheme of DBT, Government of India from 2012. The college has now emerged as one of the premier institutions of learning, propagating higher values of the motto, "Knowledge purifies, charity enhances." The fundamental values like morality, discipline, and decorum is deep-rooted in them through various seminars and workshops, clubs, and other activities like NSS, NCC, etc. Nirmala College possesses an attractive library, evoking in one's mind the Colosseum at Rome of the ancient times. It is a 3-storied building and is fully automated with a wide collection of latest books, periodicals, and CDs, which is updated every year. The library, which has an open access system, uses technology in efficient and innovative manner. Through imparting this kind of holistic education to the younger generation of women, the institution aims at the upliftment of womanhood and helps them to escalate into dizzy heights of success. Nirmala College for Women has a long tradition of service and concern for the socially and economically marginalized section of the society. The college offers a vibrant environment by creating a platform to develop students' potential. Nirmala College for Women, Red Fields, Coimbatore, is a reputed Catholic institution of higher education for women under the Congregation of the Franciscan Sisters, founded by Reverend Father Joseph Louis Ravel in the year 1948. The college became autonomous in the year 2007. The institution continues to be affiliated to Bharatiyar University and sketches varied course of studies and takes up an innovational approach in teaching methodology and evaluation. The phenomenal contribution of highly qualified and multi-talented faculty has set the students in the excellent standards in the sphere of higher education. A vital role is played by the non-teaching faculty to preserve the beautiful ambience at campus. The improvisation of quality each year led to the re-accreditation of the college with A grade in the academic year 2010 to 2011. In the year 2015, the college was once again accredited A grade by NAAC with a CGPA of 3.62. The college has been recognized under the Star College scheme of DBT, Government of India from 2012. The college has now emerged as one of the premier institutions of learning, propagating higher values of the motto, "Knowledge purifies, charity enhances." The fundamental values like morality, discipline, and decorum is deep-rooted in them through various seminars and workshops, clubs, and other activities like NSS, NCC, etc. Nirmala College possesses an attractive library, evoking in one's mind the Colosseum at Rome of the ancient times. It is a 3-storied building and is fully automated with a wide collection of latest books, periodicals, and CDs, which is updated every year. The library, which has an open access system, uses technology in efficient and innovative manner. Through imparting this kind of holistic education to the younger generation of women, the institution aims at the upliftment of womanhood and helps them to escalate into dizzy heights of success. Nirmala College for Women has a long tradition of service and concern for the socially and economically marginalized section of the society. The college offers a vibrant environment by creating a platform to develop students' potential. College for Women, Redfields, Coimbatore, is a reputed Catholic institution of higher education for women under the Congregation of the Franciscan Sisters, founded by Reverend Father Joseph Louis Ravel in the year 1948. The college became autonomous in the year 2007. The institution continues to be affiliated to Bharatiyar University and sketches varied course of studies and takes up an innovational approach in teaching methodology and evaluation. The phenomenal contribution of highly qualified and multi-talented faculty has set the students in the excellent standards in the sphere of higher education. A vital role is played by the non-teaching faculty to preserve the beautiful ambience at campus. The improvisation of quality each year led to the re-accreditation of the college with A grade in the academic year 2010 to 2011. In the year 2015, the college was once again accredited A grade by NAAC with a CGPA of 3.62. The college has been recognized under the Star College scheme of DBT, Government of India from 2012. The college has now emerged as one of the premier institutions of learning, propagating higher values of the motto, "Knowledge purifies, charity enhances." The fundamental values like morality, discipline, and decorum is deep-rooted in them through various seminars and workshops, clubs, and other activities like NSS, NCC, etc. Nirmala College possesses an attractive library, evoking in one's mind the Colosseum at Rome of the ancient times. It is a 3-storied building and is fully automated with a wide collection of latest books, periodicals, and CDs, which is updated every year. The library, which has an open access system, uses technology in efficient and innovative manner. Through imparting this kind of holistic education to the younger generation of women, the institution aims at the upliftment of womanhood and helps them to escalate into dizzy heights of success. Nirmala College for Women has a long tradition of service and concern for the socially and economically marginalized.
is never the same. Constant change is in its nature, surprising even the most hardened mariner. The principal manifestation of India's maritime power, the Indian Navy is stood to thwart any threats to national security, adapting and augmenting its combat preparedness as a formidable blue water force. Silently, forcefully, swiftly, geared up for the changing times, cognizant of an altered world. The Navy remains a credible, cohesive, and combat-worthy force, guarding the interests of the nation, at home and abroad, always ready to answer the call. The Indian Navy. Silent, strong, and swift.
With the advent of more Tejas and induction of S-400 missile system, the IAF is even more lethal and gives pause to any enemy. A new India faces a new world, and the Indian Air Force is determined to safeguard its boundaries and interests. Our air warriors selflessly fly into the blue yonder, only to stand in harm's way, to strike fear in those with malicious intent. To give a message loud and clear to the world, the Indian Air Force is Atmanirbhar and Saksham to take on any challenge or threat on mission mode. Jai Hind!
எனக்கு ఫస్ట్ నాకు కాలేజీ పోవడమే వచ్చింది కాలేజీ పోవడమే నాకు அதுக்கப்புறம் ஃபுல்லா லீவ் வந்து எனக்கு அனுப்பிச்சிங்க
dream of day, a dream of watching it fade away. Feel me once, feel me twice, feel me more, what you do outside. डर जो उठेगा धड़ से कटेगा, कहाँ पे छिपेगा कहाँ पे बचेगा। उठा तो गिरेगा, गिरा तो चिरेगा, छिपा तो मिलेगा, मिला तो मारेगा। जाग भाग भाग बच सके तो बच ले आज, भी है ये ज़लज़ला है, पूरे जोर पर चला है, किस्मत में जो लड़ा है, कौन रह सका खड़ा है। सबसे अटल सबसे प्रबल शस्त्र रचित रक्त चरित
Good afternoon. Am I audible? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Am I audible? Clearly?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, perhaps we can start the session.
Yes, sir. As the next technical session commences, I call upon Reverend Sister Steffi Stephen to welcome Dr. A. Rupesh Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Studies and Research in Library and Information Science, Tumkur University, Tumakuru, Karnataka.
The best way to get things done is to simply begin. Welcoming you to the technical session, I'm indeed glad to introduce the speaker, Dr. A. Rupesh Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Studies and Research in Library and Information Science, Tumkur University, Karnataka. He's a vibrant person with quest for knowledge. This made Sir to secure first rank in his master's degree in 2004, and his interest and knowledge of the subject earned him JRF in UGC NET the same year. From 2004 to 2007, he served as full-time guest faculty at Bangalore University. His expertise reached Mobile Global Limited, where he worked as content management executive. His teaching career resumed when he joined Government First Grade College as librarian and later got appointed as assistant professor at Tumkur University from May 2010. His service to the university was not limited to academic capacity, but also in several administrative capacities too. Presently, he is a nodal officer, University E-Governance Cell, and MOOCs coordinator. Another praiseworthy one is he is the master trainer of NEP for the affiliated colleges of Tumkur University. To his credit, he has authored a book and has edited few conference proceedings. He has published and presented 24 papers in national and international journals and conferences. Making Sir's profile noteworthy would be his contribution as resource person in more than 90 special lectures at several UGC, HRDCs, national and international seminars and symposium. On behalf of Nirmala College for Women, I welcome you, sir, to talk on the topic, Core Competencies for Research in the Digital Age. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much, sister. Very good afternoon. Can I start?
Thank you, sister. I now entreat the esteemed resource person, Dr. A. Rupesh Kumar, to take over the session.
Thank you very much. Once again, please confirm whether I'm clearly audible. Am I audible to those who have logged in online?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Thank you very much. Once again, a very pleasant afternoon to the Nirmala College family and all those who have gathered there offline, as well as those who have logged in online for this international conference. At the outset, I congratulate the organizers for having thought of an apt theme for the conference in the present day context, and also allocating the topics which are quite relevant today. Also, the choice of resource persons is quite excellent, which makes the deliberations even more exciting and engaging for the audience. Let's get started with the topic of the session. Core competencies for research in the digital age is the topic which I have opted to discuss with you. Before I do that, I must say that my presentation will be in the form of presentation as well as demonstration as needed. So first, I'll proceed with my presentation. Please enable screen sharing for me. Yeah, thank you. It is enabled. In about 60 minutes from now, I will be discussing with you some of the core competencies for researchers in the digital age. To give the highlight of this presentation, I would like to advocate that in the digital age, the process of research has been made a lot more smoother than it was before. Therefore, most part of my presentation will be outlining the tools, outlining the technologies that a modern researcher in the digital age must be aware of, must be competent with. Even before we get into the different competencies expected of from a researcher in the digital age, we must understand what a competency means. A solid understanding of competence or competency will help us in setting the boundary between what are the competencies and what are not competencies. So to define a competence, it's a quality or state of having sufficient knowledge, judgment, skill, or strength. This is in the context of a particular duty, performing a particular duty or action, or for a particular subject. So as research is both a duty of a researcher as well as the subject with which the researcher deals with, I'm going to consider research as both duty and subject. What are the knowledge components? What are the judgment components, skill or strength components a modern researcher must possess? A competent researcher can do better, can do a lot more than a researcher who does not have these competencies, who is not equipped with these skill components. Therefore, I feel that every researcher in the present day context must possess certain components of knowledge, judgment, skill, and strength when it comes to the research process and getting the end result of research. Therefore, going by this definition, we can dissect the definition into 4 components. So the components which we will be seeing, the competencies which we will be seeing in the subsequent slides will be more or less based on a unique blend of knowledge, judgment, which comes to rationality, which comes to reasoning, then skill, the acumen, the accuracy of doing something, applying something, and the strength, the level of confidence with which some action is done in the process of research. Therefore, I believe that competence is a unique blend of knowledge, judgment, skill, and strength. Let us now contextualize. Let us now apply the elements, the components of competencies in the process of research. Now, as we are talking about research, it is always better to put a boundary that we will be seeing everything from the point of view of research. So to start with, let me outline what exactly do we do in research from the beginning and to the end. What exactly do we do today? So research in the digital age has certain characteristics which differentiates it from the research that used to be carried out before the digital age. When I say the digital age, I include all the tools, all the techniques which are introduced, which are facilitated by technology, that helps a researcher perform a particular task in the process of research smoothly than ever before. Therefore, research in the digital age has a different ecosystem. The heuristics of research in the digital age are different from those which were there earlier. So the better we understand the characteristics of research in the digital age, we'll be in a better position to apply the tools, apply the techniques, and get better results in the process of research. Let's say the first characteristic of research in the digital age is essentially a mixed method approach. Earlier, there was a compartmentalization of research. Even today, to some extent, there is compartmentalization of research as qualitative and quantitative research. But today, due to the availability of a wide range of tools and techniques out of technology, it's possible to mix the methods. So a particular research need not be purely quantitative. We need not compartmentalize as purely quantitative or purely qualitative. If the research demands so, then nobody will stop you from compartmentalizing, categorizing your research as purely quantitative and purely qualitative. But if you can make your research a mixed method approach, then it may yield better results than if you make it a purely quantitative or qualitative. And it is possible. The hindrance earlier researchers had was the lack of availability of data, lack of availability of resources to carry out a mixed method approach, to adopt a mixed method approach. Today, with the power of technology, it is possible to adopt a type of research which combines the qualities of characteristics of quantitative as well as qualitative research. So research in the digital age mostly goes in the midway of quantitative and qualitative, meaning that a researcher can conveniently switch from quantitative method to qualitative method if the research warrants so. It's more convenient today. Secondly, if you had been a researcher earlier, let's say about 20 years ago, then there was a lot of constraint on the resources. It was the process of research itself was very time consuming, demanding a lot of labor. Today, we don't see so many constraints as we used to. So technology has brought resources to the researcher. Earlier, the researcher used to go in search of resources and spend a lot of time in identifying and finding the resources than carrying out research and giving results of research. Today, on your desktop, on the click of a mouse button, you get ample resources, which is very helpful for the researcher. Researchers in the digital age can focus on carrying out research rather than having to worry about collecting the resources. So there are many sources which offer ample resources to the researchers, thanks to technology again. The third is about the data. Today, the process of collection of data has become a lot more easier. Earlier, the process of collection of data used to get a lion's share in the total time dedicated by a researcher in the process of research. Today, the scenario is not so. There are tools which help you collect data from your desktop using the technology, using the power of technology. So data is more accessible from 2 points of view. Number one, if the researcher wants to collect original data, then there are tools. I will discuss some tools later. There are tools which help researcher to collect data sitting in his or her office, in his or her cabin. On the other hand, there are repositories of data sets which help you to collect data sets, already collected data used in some other research. If you want to replicate the research, then there are data set repositories which help you get the ready-made data. So the problem of data inaccessibility is solved to a greater extent in the digital age. Another characteristic is no spatio-temporal bounds. Because of the advent of internet and the World Wide Web, research process need not be bound to a particular space and a particular time period. Of course, if the researcher wants so, he or she may draw specific scope or boundaries for research. But if the researcher wants to expand it beyond a certain geographical boundary, beyond certain temporal boundaries, it is very much possible. So digital age promises research with no spatio-temporal bounds. So no geographical barrier, no space barrier, no time barrier as well. Digital age also ensures that the process of research is powered to a substantial extent by technology. Today, irrespective of the discipline in which you are engaged in research, you will invariably use technology to some or the other extent. And as a researcher, my personal experience says that the application of technology in the process of research is on the increasing trend. The graph of application of technology has been on the rise. It is showing no signs of waning. Therefore, the process of research, the entire process of research is powered by technology to a substantial extent in the digital age. So the better we understand these characteristics of research in the digital age, the more confident we get, the more confident we will be. If a researcher understands that there are tools, there are techniques in each and every step in the process of research which will help him or her in the process of research, then the level of confidence with which they undertake research will be high. So with this in mind, with these characteristics in mind, let us proceed with some specific competencies. So I would like to demarcate the competencies with the process of research, the steps in the process of research. In my opinion, the process of research starts with conception of an idea. Conception of an idea is an intellectual exercise performed by a researcher, but it cannot be performed in isolation. What I mean to say is a researcher needs the help of some sources in order to zero in on a particular idea. One of the important qualities of good research, or I can say what world expects from a researcher as far as the topic is concerned, is the research topic should possess novelty. That means the topic chosen by the researcher should be novel. It should have an element of newness. It should not be redundant. Secondly, the research topic must have contemporary relevance. It should hold relevance in the present day context. It should not be something that is obsolete, that is out of use, that will not have any benefit in the present day context. And thirdly, it must have certain social implication. It should be useful to the society, irrespective of whether you are carrying out research in natural sciences, applied sciences, social sciences, or humanities. Ultimately, the society should have some kind of benefit from this research. Therefore, novelty, contemporary relevance, and social implication or social utility are three important ingredients expected of from a particular research. Therefore, in the selection of an idea or topic for research, a researcher has to ensure that the topic chosen by him or her is novel, is relevant in the present day context, and it will ultimately benefit the society. Therefore, a researcher in the digital age is expected to use some sources, some tools, which will to some extent ensure that redundancy, outdatedness, wasteful expenditure, wasteful efforts are avoided. So we will get to know, in my presentation, we'll get to know some of the sources which you can use to select a particular topic, to avoid redundant topics, to select topics which other researchers are valuing more. So that is conception. There are certain competencies a researcher has to develop as far as the conception of idea is concerned. The second, after conceiving the idea in the mind, they have to be, the idea has to be expressed in clear and lucid terms. That's what I mean by articulation. If an idea remains as an idea in the mind of the researcher, if it does not proceed with the expression in the form of words, then it is of no use. In order to proceed in the process of research, the concept, the idea has to take the form of a topic, take the form of a research problem. Therefore, there must be some tools which help you in articulating the research idea into a research topic, a problem, a research problem. So we'll see some tools which you can use to search for the available literature, get the idea as to what are the words I should use to represent, to best represent the research idea as research topic or research problem. Of course, soon after deciding the research topic or the statement of problem, a researcher has to decide on the collection of data, what type of data is needed in case of empirical research, in case of qualitative research, what kind of data is needed from the respondent population. One has to decide, and there must be some technological tools which help you collect the data easily, collect the data quickly from the respondent population. So we will see some of the competencies, some of the tools, techniques with which a researcher should be competent. And then competencies with regard to data processing and analysis. Today, data processing and analysis can be performed independently by a researcher by acquiring certain competencies in the process. Earlier, data processing and analysis was deemed to be the cup of tea for only for some, let's say, statisticians. Today, with the availability of ample resources, researcher from any subject background can independently process the data and analyze the data and get the results by performing the appropriate tests. Therefore, data processing and analysis competencies are essential for researcher from any subject background in the digital age. And it is very much possible to acquire these competencies. It's not that statistics is not my cup of tea, and I cannot be competent enough with statistics. No, those days are gone. Researchers from all the disciplines have equal opportunity. It is powered by technology. Thanks to technology, all of us have equal opportunity to get competent with the application of statistics for data processing and analysis. Once the data processing and analysis is completed, a researcher proceeds with either presenting the results of research before an audience, or publishing this results of research on some platform, let's say journals or conference papers in the form of book, or thesis, dissertations. So in the process of presentation, in the process of publication, a researcher in the digital age is expected to have certain competencies. What competencies? Acquaintance with what tools is expected from a researcher. We will see some of the tools. It's not enough today in the digital age. It's not enough if a researcher only presents the findings of research or publishes the findings of research, stops there. That is not the end of the research process. It should be followed by dissemination. Apart from the formal platforms which a researcher has for presenting the research findings or publishing the research findings, there are certain other platforms which help a researcher to disseminate, to propagate the results of research. So acquaintance with some of those platforms will help the researcher gain more visibility for their research. So more visibility means more recognition. More recognition means more rewards. You will be more notable in your respective field of research. And people know you through your publications, through your works, which you yourself will make available for others on some platforms. Therefore, I'm going to outline some of the tools in each of these steps in the process of research. Let's start with conception. I want to get an idea on which area, on which topic I want to carry out research. I'm a beginner in research. Let's consider a formal research environment, such as carrying out research for the award of a degree such as Doctor of Philosophy. I'm a beginner. I'm beginning research. Where to start? How to start? And I have already given you the ingredients of a good research idea, a good research problem: novelty, contemporary relevance, social utility, social implication. Therefore, I will make use of the technology to consciously avoid undertaking research on redundant topics, obsolete topics. So let's start with our own tool, or let's say source. That's Shodhganga. I'm sure most of the audience here are familiar with Shodhganga. Shodhganga is a national repository of thesis in India. Why am I even citing Shodhganga in this context? Simply because Shodhganga in the recent past has turned out to be the largest source of thesis, PhD thesis. So the point is simple. If as a researcher who is still beginning the process of research, I get to know in my respective subject area, what are the topics on which sufficient research has already been carried out, then I can think of a topic, I can conceive a topic which is different from the topics on which research has already been undertaken. As simple as that. So I need some sources to compare my idea with the idea which others have already conceived, they have already carried out research on. So my request to all the members in the audience is start looking for the topics on which research has already been carried out in the Indian context by visiting Shodh Ganga and searching for the thesis. At least if you can get a list of the topics on which research has already been carried out in various Indian universities, you will consciously avoid using the same topic for your research. By doing so, you will be ensuring novelty to some extent, and you will also be ensuring contemporary relevance. A topic can be made contemporary, relevant in the contemporary context by adding certain elements, by changing the scope, by giving a new dimension to the topic. That exercise can be done only if you already know what are the topics on which research has already been carried out. Research has already seen some conclusion. Okay, Shodh Ganga, I'm sure you will try this out. A sister service of Shodh Ganga is Shodh Gangotri. Shodh Gangotri is a research in progress, RIP, research in progress repository in the Indian context. What do I get at Shodh Gangotri website? I have not given here the URLs of these sites simply because you can Google on your own and you can find out the URL. So Shodh Gangotri contains the synopsis, the outlines of the research that has begun in a university in the formal context, the research that is at the penultimate stage in some university. So I mean to say, you will get the initial synopsis submitted by researchers for registering for Doctor of Philosophy program. You may also get the final synopsis submitted by researchers seeking permission to submit the thesis from a university. So what does Shodh Gangotri indicate? Shodh Gangotri indicates that research is being carried out on these topics. Shodh Ganga indicates the research has already been carried out on these topics. Thesis has already been submitted. Therefore, the research is completed in the formal context. Though research is a journey, we say research is a journey, this journey has certain stopping points. So let's say Doctor of Philosophy, research leading to Doctor of Philosophy will have a timeline anywhere between 3 years and 5 years, let's say. So I say research available on Shodh Ganga has certain indication of completion, a certain stopping point. The research available on Shodh Gangotri indicates that the research is still going on these topics. So if you can use both effectively, if you make it a habit to visit Shodh Ganga and Shodh Gangotri, search for the thesis, the synopsis on your respective subject and find them, you will be able to avoid redundancy in your research. So the idea that you conceive after doing this exercise will be a lot more relevant in the present day context than the idea you conceive in your mind without doing this exercise. And another tool that you can, another website, I can say, another website that you can make use of is dimensions.ai. If you want to know, apart from whether the topic that I have conceived is redundant, is relevant to the present day context or not, apart from that, if you want to ensure whether the topic I have chosen is having greater impact among research scholars. When I say impact, I define impact in the form of the number of citations received for a particular topic. So dimensions.ai. So if you can visit dimensions.ai, this is a free web service. If you can visit, you can research on a particular topic, find out how impactful is the topic, then it gives you an indication.
Very good, Dava.
Yeah, I request the audience to mute their audio. Yeah, host can mute all. Yeah, am I audible? Okay, I should be. Okay, so if you can make use of dimensions.ai, this is a service which gives you an idea as to how many publications have been made on a particular topic and what is the average citations received by publications in this particular area. Okay, so I can as well take a minute or two to demonstrate this. Let me just go over to my browser to show you a sample. Yeah, I hope my browser is visible to you now. Let's say I go to dimensions.ai. Yes, this is the home page. Is it visible to you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. So I go to dimensions.ai and here I get access free web app. Okay, so upon clicking this, the free web app will open. Let me just do a sample search on this app and explain to you how this indicates impact. Okay, let's say I'm using I'm a researcher in human resource management. I'm researching on let's say occupational stress. Occupational stress. To make the demo easier, I'll not go for full data search. I'll go for title and abstract search. Okay, so I will search this. It will give me the results. Now, as per Dimensions database, you may now observe that there are about 29,521 publications, all types of publications. They are classified into data sets, grants, patents, clinical trials, and policy documents. And I will draw your attention to this particular part here. Okay, if you look at the total number of citations received by publications on the topic occupational stress, it is about 655K. I can say approximately 6,55,000 citations by all publications. And the mean citations, the average citations is 22.18. 22.18. And the growth pattern of publications over, let's say, over the past 10 years is like this. It is shown in this graph. So you can see that this topic has received consistent interest among research scholars. So there is a growing trend on this particular topic. Of course, there is a little decline in the year 2021. In 2022, it's only been a month. Therefore, let's not consider 2022. Up to the year 2021, you can see that there is a growing interest in the topic. Therefore, the number of publications on this topic is also growing among scholars. You can apply the filters available on the left-hand side to confine your search to a particular time period. Supposing you want to know the trend in this particular topic, the scholarly trend in this particular topic in the past 5 years only, 5 completed years, then you can limit the search to previous 5 years only. Okay, so you can refine this from the starting from the earliest publication available to the latest. Okay, so you can refine this by choosing the time. Okay, you can also refine based on the type of publication. Okay, so you will get a more accurate picture here. There had not been much interest, and there has been in the since 2016 as per DIGNITARIES. Okay, so about 75,000 citations received in the previous 5-year period. That means this particular topic still holds some interest, some impact among research scholars, such as work pressure. Even though both mean one and the same, occupational stress is a more formal expression, work pressure is an informal expression. So if informal expression holds more impact, then you may go for using work pressure, the words work pressure in your topic rather than using occupational stress. So I can try this in order to compare. Okay, so more or less we have got the same kind of trend in the number of publications, but there is a considerable difference in the total number of citations. Also, there is a difference in the mean citations. So if I remove the time filter, then you can see that the number of citations is 4.1 million and the mean citations is 16.3. So this will give you, I don't say accurate idea, this will give you a rough idea. Something is you to some extent. The same job can be done by using another tool if you are competent enough to understand the utility of this tool, use this tool in deciding the topic, in selecting the topic, in finalizing the idea, then it will be excellent. So the same thing, more or less the same job is done by another tool called lens.org. So I hope you will make good use of these tools during the conception stage. Okay, whether it is conceiving an idea for carrying out research for PhD or for writing an article to be submitted to a journal or a conference, the same method can be used. That's about conception during the stage of conception. Let's move on to the next stage, articulation. You may need the support of literature, published literature, while articulating your research proposal. So articulation can be improved to a great extent with the support of the available literature. In other words, a researcher has to search different sources available online, collect the relevant literature, relevant articles and other types of publication, study them, review them appropriately, and then use relevant parts from different publications in preparing a proposal, in preparing to some of the databases, bibliographic, abstracting, and some full text. Let's say Web of Science, Scopus. I'm sure the audience would be familiar with these already, but during the articulation stage, the researcher needs great support from the published literature. Published literature will be the only source on which you're going to justify the uniqueness, the novelty of the topic which you are proposing. Therefore, it's important for a researcher to substantiate the need for the present research, basing it on the previous research. So where do I get the previous research? That's what I have listed, the sources where you can get ample literature, ample sources of literature for carrying out the articulation task. So some of them are Web of Science, a subscription-based bibliographic and citation indexed database. Scopus, once again, a subscription-based database for searching and finding relevant literature, relevant scholarly literature in a variety of subjects. Google Scholar and Microsoft Academic are openly available, openly accessible, free to use. So those who do not have access to Web of Science and Scopus may freely make use of Google Scholar and Microsoft Academic for searching and finding the related literature in the topic of your research. The more you find, the more you read, the more you read, the more you understand. The more you understand the limitations, the confinements of the earlier research, the better you can define the scope of your research. So the novelty, contemporary relevance very much depends on what scope your research will have. Therefore, to understand the scope of the previous research is very important. So these are the tools a researcher should be very competent with. You can extensively make use of these tools, these sources in your research process. Very often you will resort to these sources invariably in the digital age. The third is collection of data. As I said before, collection of data used to be a humongous task, an uphill task for researchers in the olden days. In the digital age, data collection has become a lot more easier and smoother. Thanks to technology, with the availability of tools such as online forms. I am taking the example of only Google Forms because it is the most popular, most extensively used tool. There are many similar services available online, which you can make use of. Google Sheets, Google Forms, coupled with Google Sheets, you can harness the power of Google products to design a questionnaire, a checklist, distribute to a geographically scattered audience, scattered respondent population, and collect the data by sitting in your office. So Google Forms and Google Sheets can be extensively used for data collection process. Of course, our good old friend Microsoft Excel comes to our help whenever data collection, the collected data needs to be processed locally, offline. Then we proceed with data processing and analysis competencies. I would like to repeat my earlier remark. With the availability of tutorials, demonstrations, resources on statistics, on data processing, and on analysis, today a researcher can independently do processing, analysis, and testing of data without taking resort to a so-called subject expert. In the process of research, in the journey of research, technology provides an excellent opportunity to every researcher to become an expert in data processing and analysis, particularly statistical analysis of data. So in this direction, one has to be conversant with statistical data processing and analysis software. I am citing only one or two. There are many other statistical data processing and analysis tools available online as well as offline. So SPSS and nowadays are the open source statistical data processing and analysis tool. There are ample tutorials, resources, manuals available on the use of SPSS and R. These tutorials are text-based. They are also audio-visual tutorials. All a researcher has to do is to dedicate some time and some efforts and have patience in learning the data processing and analysis techniques by using one of this software. Coupled with Microsoft Excel, of course, Microsoft Excel can be used to some extent to independently perform data processing and analysis and testing as well. It supports certain statistical tests with the data analysis pack enabled. And today, as part of LibreOffice suite, we have a LibreOffice Calc, which is an open source counterpart of Microsoft Excel. So LibreOffice Calc can also be effectively used for data processing and analysis. And we always have Google Sheets. Google Sheets helps you in getting structured data imported into Google Sheets readily. If your research involves collecting already available structured data on the web, then you can easily make use of certain functions, certain formula in Google Sheets to easily fetch the data in an instant from various websites. So Google Sheets can be a savior in data processing and analysis stage. Then comes the presentation and publication. While formatting the scholarly work, be it your thesis or dissertation or a journal article or a conference paper, Microsoft Word, LibreOffice Writer will help you a great deal. Apart from that, if you are presenting the results or the findings of your research to a select audience, then you are expected to have the skills in Microsoft PowerPoint to make an impactful presentation, or its open source counterpart as part of LibreOffice suite, my LibreOffice Impress. Both Microsoft PowerPoint, LibreOffice Impress are very effective to make an impactful presentation with a lot of visualization options. Alternatively, we also have an online tool, Google Slides, with a wide range of templates to make an impactful presentation to an audience. And then if you think of the publication, then in order to find the best suited journal for publishing your research findings, you may make use of journal finder services available online. To mention a few, we have Elsevier Journal Finder, then Wiley Journal Finder, Springer Nature Journal Suggester, Taylor and Francis Journal Suggester, then journalguide.com, which is a multi-publisher journal suggester tool. So you may Google all these to find them and effectively make use of the services available online to better suit your journal publication with a good journal. Instead of arbitrarily submitting your article to some journal that you know, do a small exercise. If you are already ready with the article, at least if you are ready with the title and the abstract, then use any of these services to find the best suited journal for submitting your article for publication. This is as far as presentation and publication competencies are concerned. After presentation, after publication, it's the duty of the author, not only the publisher nowadays, to help others discover your publication by way of disseminating them, by way of uploading them, uploading the articles, uploading the preprints, uploading the working papers on several platforms which provide self-archiving facilities. So to mention some of these author self-archiving services available online, they may also be referred to as preprint servers. So Mendeley.com, open a free account on Mendeley.com. You will get an option to upload all your published articles, published papers, preprints, working papers, and drafts. The same is true with academia.edu, a well-known online academic social networking platform. And ResearchGate is another social networking platform which will even measure the impact of the publications which you have uploaded. Apart from that, you may make use of archive.org, a general archive, and nowadays we have subject-specific, country-specific archives. These are preprint servers where researchers from across the world upload their articles, their preprints, their working papers for downloading by others. You may upload your articles, your preprints, your research papers, working papers on one of these archives. And it's also an opportunity for you to search and discover the research carried out by others in your area of interest. So discovery and dissemination, dissemination of one's own research publications is as important as publication itself. So it's not enough if you simply publish and let the article lie away on the publisher's site alone, but it's your duty to, as far as disseminate your articles by your research by uploading your research publications on one or more of these platforms. That's again a competency. In the digital age, when you have an opportunity to blow your own trumpet, get better visibility for your research, get better recognition, get better citation impact for your publication, then do make use of these platforms. So with that, I would like to wrap up this presentation. In the end, all I would like to say is that there are certain competencies which were in the periphery of research earlier, which have become the core of research in the digital age. So the competencies which were considered peripheral competencies earlier have become core competencies in the process of research today. Therefore, a researcher is expected to inculcate, acquire some competencies right from conception of research up to the completion of research. So with an appeal to all the members of the audience that you will from now on make use of at least a few of these tools to get competent in the process of research, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for listening to me. I also thank Nirmala College for Women Autonomous for giving me this opportunity to make a presentation, share whatever little learnings I have had in the process of my research with such a diverse audience. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, comments, suggestions, I'll be more than happy to respond. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, comments, I'll be more than happy to respond to you. I will be sharing this presentation with the organizers, who in turn will share this with you all. If you have any queries later, you may write to me on my email address. My email address is available in my presentation. So now, if there are any comments, suggestions, queries, I'll listen to you. I'll try to respond. It's over to the host.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your detailed analysis and effective deliberation on research. I now invite Dr. G. Sindhu, Assistant Professor and Head, Department of ICSSR, to render the vote of thanks.
In the words of the American writer Melody Beattie, gratitude makes sense of a past, brings peace for today, and creates a vision for tomorrow. A warm and pleasant afternoon to all our distinguished guests, dear Reverend Sisters, administrative heads, members of the faculty, and dear participants. I deem it a great honor and privilege to extend my heartfelt thanks to our esteemed chief guest, Dr. A. Rupesh Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Studies and Research in Library Information Science, Tumakuru University, Karnataka. In today's digital era, with rich information and knowledge, technology has developed rapidly and has penetrated deep into our lives. So, the discussion about digital competencies for research has become the need of the hour. Sir, your speech has motivated our research community with the current overviews of digital competencies. Also, it has encouraged us to focus on the development of both the students as well as teachers' digital competencies and to use appropriate tools to impart quality education. Thank you, sir, for your enlightening our researchers through your thought-provoking, informative, and ingenious session. Also, I acknowledge your generosity in accepting our invitation amidst your busy schedule and sharing your expertise and knowledge to our students every time. This shows your great admiration and dedication towards research. Also, I gratefully acknowledge your unstinted support and guidance for this conference. It's a great honor to have such a legitimate educator in the field of research amidst us today. Thank you, sir. I dedicate my sincere thanks to our Honorable Secretary, Reverend Sister Dr. Ruby Alakara Mary, our beloved Principal, Reverend Sister Dr. Ian Helen, our vibrant Vice Principal, Reverend Sister Dr. Mary Fabiola, and our dedicated Controller of Examinations, Reverend Sister Dr. Emilda Mary for their encouragement and support. Also, I express my heartfelt thanks to our librarian sister, Reverend Sister Dr. Jacqueline Mary, the diligent person behind this international conference. Sister, your tireless efforts, meticulous planning, and perfect execution have been instrumental for the successful conduct of this conference. Thank you, sister. Also, I express my deep sense of appreciation for all the academic heads, members of the library and research committee, heads of the various departments, and the faculty members for their valuable contribution. Finally, with profound love, I thank our participants for their active participation. Once again, I thank you all and wish you all success for reaching new frontiers in research. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With your permission, I'll take leave of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Participants, kindly stay online. We'll have the next session within 10 minutes.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm here. This is my ID, ma'am. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I hope, ma'am, my voice is okay.
You're audible, sir. As the next technical session begins, I now call upon Reverend Sister Vinci Shobana, Assistant Professor, Department of English Aided, to render the welcome address.
Good afternoon to all. It gives me immense pleasure in welcoming Dr. R. Balasubramani, Associate Professor, Department of Library and Information Science, Bharathidasan University, Trichy. He has been associated in the field of library and information science for more than 15 years. He has published 72 research articles in national and international referred and impact factor journals. He also presented and published 97 research papers. He has served as a reviewer and editorial board member for many national and international peer-reviewed journals. Sir is a proud recipient of Sally's Best Paper Award in 2013 at Chennai. He is greatly connected with our college library, and he is the one who helped our library faculty members to contact various international speakers. He has been guiding us in this international conference by helping in the pre-arrangement of the conference. His help paved way for us to bring the conference into reality. We are very much pleased to have you, sir, amidst us. We welcome you, sir. I also welcome all the faculty members and the students. I hope you have an engaging and enriching session ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. May I now request our esteemed resource person, Dr. R. Balasubramani, Associate Professor, Department of Library and Information Science, Bharathidasan University, to begin the technical session on the topic Web Technologies for Social Sciences.
Good afternoon. I hope my voice is gettable. Okay, once again, good afternoon to all. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere thanks to principal and management and librarian, IQAC coordinator and research club for inviting me as a resource person of for this international conference. ICSSR sponsored international conference. Here, I like to discuss with you what are the web technologies are there in the social science. So before that, really more than 4 or 5 times, I came through the online webinar for this pandemic time. Just I was already taken the research tools and all. Even how to choose the journals and how to avoid the plagiarism and all already taken the some sessions for the Nirmala College. So thank you, ma'am, again inviting me. So always Nirmala College is one of the best college in Coimbatore region, not only Coimbatore region, Tamil Nadu. Even this second time they were organizing conference, ICSSR sponsored international conference. Really, it was nice because of very few college I know that they were continuously organized conference for getting fund. Without getting fund, many conferences going on, but with getting fund, very few colleges only organized fund conference and seminars. Because of organizing conference with the fund, particularly from ICSSR, UGC, we have to follow a lot of procedures. Without follow procedure, next time they won't sponsor any fund. So I know that through this conference you are following strict rules and regulation, and moreover you are follow all the rules and regulation framed by the ICSSR. So here in this conference, particularly when a librarian told me they were planning for the this international conference in the offline, so that my friends also, even Vice Chancellor of Sri Lanka and some librarians, a lot of technical persons want to visit Nirmala College, but unfortunately this is online. I hope that next year you may organize the international conference through offline mode. So eager to visit your university. Yeah, yesterday I spoke with the Vice Chancellor of Sri Lanka. He also very much enjoying your conference, and he was eager to come and visit your Nirmala College. So here, come to my business. Now I am going to take for my session. So first I want to share my screen. So host and disabled participants screen sharing. So I request to the organizer, please enable my presentations so that I'm able to screen my screen. Okay, madam.
Sir, your course now, sir.
I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So this is web technology for social science research challenges and what are the innovations. Particular web technology is a lot of tools. Even Rubesh also explained to the what are the softwares also there, particularly mentally. That's and a lot of academias, a lot of software is explained. But apart from that, a lot of web technologies are there, particularly social media. After coming social media, huge amount of tools also there. Particularly if social media means we thought about only for Facebook, Twitter and all, but it's not like that. Totally 148 social tools also available, like Facebook, Twitter, more than 148 social media networks also available, like YouTube. So YouTube like a teacher tip. Even teacher tip also, how I don't know how many of them are aware of that. Many of them we know that teach YouTube, but how many of them are aware of the teacher tip? So same like that, lot of tools also available, particular research tools. We can use the tools, we can enhance our research. Particular research should be visibility and it will be reach in the global level. So that is the reason using the technologies very much important for the not only social science research, including the science research also. That what are the challenges and innovation? Just I want to cover that part. So this is my agenda. You know that what is a research and all. I don't want to explain that. You are allies for most of these scholars and faculties here. So how the transformations changes was going on, particularly after coming the technology, particularly social media, how this transformation is going on, particularly in the research. Then web technology tools. What are the tools also available? Even sometimes, if you time permit, I will explain to the practically how you can use it, the web tools. Then how you can publishing online. Then what are the open source electronic resources, particularly web resources that are available in the social science. So then finally, I want to conclude. So here, I want to divide the two sessions. First one is I want to explain to the through PowerPoint presentation. Then, if time permit, I will explain through website how you can use it. That side. So that part I want to explain. So even in single window, you can access a lot of resources. Even lot of tools also available. If you go for one website, there you can complete your research. Particularly, even when you are collecting the review of literature, first initially research means initially we are going to do review of literature. That means existing literature we are going to collect. So in that part, some software also available. Once upon a time, just we have to go on the church article, but even 20 years back, most of the scholars and the guide, they want to search the printed books, printed article. Then after some time, database also is coming out, particularly about Science Scopus and even Science Direct, lot of Emerald, lot of publishers also come out for the resources. So we can, through the church, we can collect it. But nowadays, even some software also available. We can, using our research area, using that software, we have to put our area, that software itself give the data. Even most of the times, even my guide also suggest me, when I was doing the PhD, go on to collect the best article. Which is best article? When I was doing, I thought a lot of confusion. Which one is the best article? But after some time only, I know that I come to know that highest citation article is the best article. So even the tools helping you, how can you collect the highest, best cited articles? So based on that, we can easily collect it. Even the Mendeley, publisher software, even using Vidwan, you can enhance your research visibility. Even simple Google Scholar profile also. That's that will be give you your H index and citations and all. Like the data tools also available. That that's tools and all I want to explain this International Conference. So this is a research. You know that the research means such as knowledge or systematic investigation on established facts. This all you know that systematically we can do for the research, logically, empirically. This you know that you are like an expert actually. But here, this is what I want to explain here. For particularly social science researchers, we have to cross our border, particularly in foreigners, and even if you are applying any funding projects also, conference, any research, you have to do what is going on in the society. Just we can't sit it in our room. Then if you do the research, means it will not benefit for the society. If not benefit for the society, means our research is not that much of helpful for us and as well as society, even in our institution also. So that is the reason we have to cross the border, see what is happening outside of the society, outside of our campus. Particularly, even sometimes we can see in the society what is happening, particularly the social media. if you are following any traditional method, that's not helpful us. What is happening social media? What is happening big data? What is happening crowdsourcing? What is happening the web indexing? So then this and all we can analyze. Once upon a time it's not possible, but nowadays it's a possible. Lot of possibles also there. Particularly if we have any data, big data also, we can Hadoop, one software is there. Like that, many softwares also available for analyzing the social media informations and even big data informations also. For once, just even if you are thinking about 15 years ago, if you do any social science research, we have to frame the questionnaire. Then you have to use it to go the collect the society peoples. If you are woman means we can use it to collect the women's, and finally we are put the tables and analysis. But if you that part is fully satisfied means even research also we know that we are not satisfied our research. So that is the reason in Indian social science research are not that much are popular in the foreign level because of foreigners. Foreigners means that means USA, UK, that European Western countries expected more from the practical problem. But now what is the problem for India? Tamil Nadu means that's COVID. After COVID also a lot of problems was there. But now is a problem is the COVID. What is how that people face that kind of problems? That's not only if you go and ask any persons, they were not properly, they won't give any answer. So if you go for the Twitter, Facebook, and some other social media, there we come to know that what is the problems going on. Not only we are going to take the social media and the same time traditional media also. When traditional method as well as the social media, just we can go on and compare it. Then if you go for any impact for journals, even most of the our social researcher, we thought about only science faculty having the impact factor journals, but not like that. Social science also huge amount of impact factors there. But only problem is we are not focusing that journals because of if you are sending our articles, they were even they were maybe sometimes they were give some corrections, sometimes they were rejected because of due to this kind of problems. So that is the reason if you are doing any social research, cross the border, see what is happening outside of the campus particularly. So this is a transformational changes, particularly after to digitalization, the process making information available in the accessible digital format. Before 2000, that was very tough time because of we need the article, journal article, conference article. Just you can go and collect the printed article only. Then after 2000, everything is digitalization. Then 2010, the process considering how best to apply digitalization information to simplify specific operation and specific research. Then transformation. Then now after 2010 only, even 2000 to 2010 also, if we need any data, we used to go for some university, but IIT, IIM, IAC, we should go there and collect the data. But after 2010, every university and college, even college also, we are having the enlist journals. By our university, we are having Infonet. We can access maximum number of resources. Even all the data, even printed all the data, even our Bharat University thesis, not only Bharat University, in whole Tamil Nadu, all the thesis digitalized and we are uploading the Sodhunga repository. Not only India, even Australia and the European countries and the Western countries, USA also, USA, UK, and every universities or countries, Chinese also, they were converted to thesis and uploaded to the open repository. Once upon a time, when I was doing the PhD, I was doing a PhD in the area of e-resource management. So that if I need any data, just related to my thesis, just I visited the Punjab University. There, my model thesis also there. So I said 10 days, I collected the data. But nowadays in the Punjab University thesis, you can access from your laptop, your mobile, even systems. Wherever you can sit, you can easily, simply you can click, you can access it. That type of facility is there. So after coming of technology, everything we are going to upload it there. Even 1980, 1970, even some of the Madras thesis, 18th century thesis are also available. Even Banaras University, Hindu University, under Jain University, a lot of even Mysore University, a lot of oldest universities also there. Annamalai University, lot of old universities also there. So that was even 70 years, 100 years back, some thesis they have made it. So that thesis also it was available in the online. So that type of facilities after 2000 only it made by the Information Library Network. Then UGC sponsored it, particularly central government, they got a lot of sponsor. So after that, it will be a huge changes it was coming. So a particular research to contribute to achieve sustainable development goals, particularly after this web media tools, web technology, that role of data information and playing dramatic role to address these goals, particularly poverty, particularly the society face a lot of problems, the poverty, hunger. So nowadays, particular research, social research, try to address this kind of problems. No poverty, no hunger, particularly good health, quality education. Because of after 2010 only, lot of research, even most of the research is coming out. But only problem, we are coming for only thesis, not for journal article, not for books. So if you are preparing the books under thesis and all, just you can try to convert the journal article. That should be the international article. That is the reason UGC also announced the UGC care listed journals. You know that totally 10 lakh journals are available. Out of 10 lakh journals, 50,000 journals indexed by UGC care listed, Scopus and Web of Science. So in the particular India, all the researchers want to publish our article to this kind of journals. So that is the reason a lot of competition. So many universities and colleges want to publish the article. So we also try to, even after 2 or 3 years, UGC going to give strict implementation. You have to publish the article in the Web of Science Scopus alone. So that is the reason we should be prepared now itself. We try to publish our article to the Scopus and Web of Science journals. So that you may ask me, what is the reason why we need to publish our article to that kind of journals? Because of if you are a librarian madam also aware of that. Most of the university library and college library followed that if your journals indexed in the Web of Science Scopus, so that only we are going to subscribe. That means impact for the journals only we are going to subscribe. So not only India, in global level, so that if your article published in the Scopus of Web of Science journals, your article should be reachable in the global level. So if your article reachable in global level, automatically you can get a lot of recognition. They may going to invite you as a resource person and all. So you can have a great opportunity. You can go and interact them. What is going on in India? What is going on in their own country? You can get a lot of knowledge and ideas. You can try to come and implement here. That possibility is also there. Particularly clean energy, good jobs and economic growth, innovation infrastructure, reduce inequalities, sustainable cities and communities. This kind of problem we can go to address in peace and justice, life on land, life below water. This and all we can discuss, particularly this here role of data information, particularly research, social science. This is important for here particular library science in future. We have to ready for the 24 hours library collaboration, data privacy and the community partnership. This and all we need actually. Do social science research need web technology transformation? That's we have to think about that. Before going that on that, we have to think about that. We need to go for web technology transformation and all or not. That's we have to think about that. So even you know that not only for a researcher, even farmers also they will go for the digital conversion. Even government also, particularly after implemented digital India, every people, particularly farming community also, that try to adapt to the digital technology, particularly through the apps. Even a lot of apps, even Tamil also, they will give a lot of apps, Ulavan apps. Through the Ulavan apps, you can access a lot of informations. what time you can cultivate, what time you can put the seed and all everything. Lot of information is also in the Udavan apps. So in the farming community, they have to follow that this kind of awareness. Even they will give a lot of training how you can use the technologies and all. So if they implemented in farmer levels, but it will be the researchers, we can implement it in our research, particular digital conversation. So here, growth and path of web technology inclusion for access to open knowledge. Here, lot of open resource also available. Even a lot of search engines, specialized search engines also available. If you are, I'm asking you, just you may say it only Google. Apart from the Google, lot of research tools also available, particularly open licensing, open data, and open access management, data driven, even data driven collaboration research. Even we can easily collaborate nowadays because of after implementing the social media, lot of collaborative tools, collaborative media is also available. Then promoting open educational resources and e-learning, strengthen digital literacy in communities, particularly digital literacy. That type of literacy, being the librarian, we can do to our areas. We have to even government also doing this lot of funding to the particular library science professionals. Even I also got the fund actually 2017 for the information literacy related like that, just for the rural woman. So bridging the digital divide to the bottom of the bread, actually the empowering the technologies. So digital technologies, particular services, future plan, particular digital maker space for learning. That's actually where government also initiated. They want to go for that one. So here designing and development data driven services, web-based database analytics also there, social media driven, that type, a lot of software is also like Hadoop, even Altimetrics, like there are a lot of tools also available. Using the tools on artificial intelligence, so video applications also, and the incubation cup, a lot of incubation cup, many research institute and the universities and in government also given a lot of fund for the incubation cup for startup projects and all. Then community participation, user from the SME students, skill development of communities, digital tool, how we can use a digital tool, use privacy and online security, online makerspace. So here now new trend for the data analytics. Yeah, that's like, yeah, I want to give a lot of digital data analytics, but Dr. Rubesh clearly explained what are the tools also available. That is the reason I removed some of my tools, because of you know that Dr. Rubesh also explained clearly what are the tools also available. So I'm not going to touch upon that area. So huge data collections and big challenges. Even once upon a time, just we have to go on the questionnaire and collect the data. But nowadays, Google Form, through the Google Form, you can directly collect the data from the faculty, researchers, and other online community. You can easily collect the data. So providing easily searchable and understandable data to users, developing and promoting educational content, particularly after coming in the MOOC, massive online open courseware. So huge amount of content also available, particularly NPTEL, SWIAM, and Coursera, like the lot of tools also available. We can learn from anywhere. So translation data to information exhibition and programs, dashboard apps and the mobile apps, a lot of apps also available. So this key question addressed by analytics, just past is what is happening, reporting, present what is happening now, alerts we have to do, future what will happen, that's we come to do. Okay, this already Dr. Rubesh explained clearly. So insight and information and all. So I want to explain this, what are the tools, web technologies also available in the social science research. I want to come up for that one. So E-with-one is a faculty profile database. Any faculty, any just you can do your register yourself with the particular with one.film.ac data. Here so that based on that only I developed in InfluMnet. This based on this database only, the panel and experts are various communities and task force established by the ministries. So that there used to be invite to based on the E-with-one only. So the monitoring and evaluation purposes, so that being the faculty members, you can always register with one.implement data. So Andhra, actually here initiative for IIT Mumbai that creates next generation of embedded system for engineers, particularly social science also really, particularly if you are thinking about the engineering means we thought about for engineering, but not like that. When engineering, how that will be give a solution, some practical solution also that will be for real world problems. That will helpful for us. The NTL National Digital Library, here they have a huge amount of collections. Currently, a lot of resources are also available, particularly e-books and e-journals developed by IIT Kharagpur. So single window, you can access particular search facilities. For even Google also, they do not have information, but unnecessary information, many information will be coming out. Because of that is surface level index search engine. So that is the reason if we give any queries, for example, if we give the web technology means wherever that web technology will occur, that way it will become. But here only web technology related article and ebooks only it will be coming for you. That will be really helpful for the researcher. E-source for the Education for Digital Consortium. I hope that Nirmala College having the English consortium, or you can have a lot of e-books and e-journals from the site. You can access from the journals and the books from the sites. See, this is for free and open source software for educational project. Even lot of project funding, even so far for statistics analysis. So in that way, many softwares are available in the FOSI. It's a free and open source software for educational project funded by the National Mission Government of India. So we can go for FOSI, then you can access the open source software freely. So here this is a virtual labs. Particular social science and engineering also, you can access this virtual labs. Particular science, it will be highly useful for them. Particular science and computer science. This is for gate for open access resources. Here particularly open access publishers, they give a lot of open access ebooks and open access standard resources. In the open access patent resources, particularly Indian Patent Office, US Patent Office. If you need any patent, just you can go and access there. There you can get clear idea of whatever patents already existing is there, what we are going to do. Then open access electronic thesis and dissertation. Even huge amount of, all told you, India developed the Sodunga. Then foreign countries, Australian thesis and European thesis, world thesis, like that. Many thesis archives also there. You can access. We come to know that what is going on for university research. That's we can easily learn it. Then ePrint archive. ePrint also preprint. That's preprint archive is there. It was that means all the printed articles, open source and as well as the commercial articles also available. The particular repository is also available. Open education course where you know that NPTEL and SWIAM. So same like that foreign open course is also available. This is a consortium open course where means the collaboratively they give the journals and e-books for this open access courseware. Here from that some search engines also available. I mentioned here, just I sent to this PowerPoint to the librarian, we can get it from them. Apart from the such Google Scholars and ResearchGate and Science Open, Bio1, Academia, then Semdic Scholar, Cornell, Educational Resources, Organic ePrint, PubMed. So Social Science Research, SSRN.com. So that is really highly useful for you. So in that way, you can create the citation profile that easily you can create it. This is for software actually published. This particularly I want to explain if time permit. Using the software, you can try to collect a huge amount of article from this real literature. So here, this is your find journal for your article. So here, for example, if you give your title and abstract, you can select your area, social science and physics or humanities, any area that you have to give your title and abstract. This website itself, it will be recommended you which is the best journal for your research. So in that way, this is highly useful for you, find journal for your article. So this is another website, journalsuggested.springer.com. Here you can type the manuscript title, manuscript text, then you can search it, then a huge amount of journals are list out here. And there you can access what are the journals also available for your research. So here is open access. Here submit your manuscript directly, you can do it. This site also it will be recommended you. Same like that is open access journals, open access academy. For here also think, check, and you can directly submit your article. Apart from that, ArchIT ID and research ID, it was more important because of why is ArchIT ID and research ID is important for the researcher. For example, because now I am working in Baras University. Before that, I was working in the Kumuru College of Technology and Bangalore Science University. So even I was working, even I was doing the PhD, regular PhD in Annamala University. That was a time I published many articles. So if I was working in, you know that in Balasubramani, a lot of Balasubramani also there. If I publish the Annamala University, that is different Balasubramani. The INS University, that is different Balasubramani. Kumuru College of Technology, that is different Balasubramani. Baras University also different Balasubramani. Like that, it will be taking account for the scopus and the work sites. So that is the reason I suggest you, just you can go for, if you want to publish the article, immediately you try to publish article through the research ArchIT ID or research ID. So always call out wherever you can go, that's not a problem. But the just you can through this ArchIT ID number, you can do the any application, any resume. There are put you the number, then all your article it will be coming one place, single window. Then they will calculate for your index citation, number of applications and all. So that is really highly useful for you. Even it's useful for your institute also. Now I work in Baras University. So if my article I was published in 2002 itself. So it was not taken my account, that is waste actually. That article is got highest citation, a lot of citation. So my citation also is a decrease. So that is the reason easily you can create the ArchIT ID and even a researcher ID also. Even based on the researcher ID, and on one more point is there actually. Here you can do the top country, you can analyze the Sri Lanka or India. Even for here I analyze Sri Lanka, then you can give a area of subject also, social science in Sri Lanka means all the faculty, all the experts listed for the social science in the Sri Lanka. So particularly social work or library science, anything, any subject you can give it here. Then all the faculty's name and institution name and country name, research ID also displayed here. You can see the publications also and all. Then you can click the name of Sambat Pradeep. Then you can get the address, email and phone number, everything. You can get it from here. Then you can send the request to the I used to do like that only. And if we need any foreign examiner, just we can easily connect them. Then we can get it. We can collaborate in the future also. Like that, many facilities also available for particularly in the researcher ID and social research ArchIT ID. Particularly technology for social sciences, a lot of tools also available. Next slide. This is for here you can go particularly socio D. Here you can go and collect the single window. You can collect a lot of tools, particularly for identification of the research. That time you do some mind maps and brainstorming. That's some software we need for identification of research problem. So that time you can use the software also. Then literature or some reference management, systematic literature review software also available for identification of theory, particular concept opportunities, and identification of empirical methods. That's also it will be helpful for this software. That's I will explain you where is software is available. Then after identification of the problem, we are going to further data aggregation. That time observation, some compilation of questionnaire. That's also some tools also available. The technology is also available. So we can use the data aggregation also. After data aggregation, we have to go for the data conversion. Even data conversion also, so we need some translation, speech recognition. Particularly, if you go and track the data, you can get the recorder, then you can on it. Then after that, the translation and then speech recognition, using that speech recognition, automatically, if you connect your system, the software, automatically it will be a system itself the convert to the text, speech to text, the converted. So after that, you can do the data analysis. Rubesh also explained clearly. Then quantity analysis. So even after data analysis in publications also, you can collaboratively, you can editing, then diagram, then scientific writing, Venn diagram, everything that software is clearly explained to you. That's software. I will open it. I will explain you. This software. This is for Socio D, Uber Socio Data Science software actually. So using this software, you can do that. Then another one is Mendeley. This Mendeley, you know that is helpful for the creating the reference. And Grammarly is somewhat costly, is not open, but it's all are open access. But Grammarly only for if you do any word blocking and you can do, but it's commercial. Then this one is Gagabro is a web technology startup which aims to allow the researcher to easily and legally read full text for the of scientific journal article. That will be helpful for the Caprino. So here, okay, I hope you may see my screen. Yes, ma'am. I hope you may see my screen. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I hope you may socio. This I open it. Software and social science research. That's you may see in that.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. The screen is visible.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Here the tools just I open it now. Brainstorming. Then you may see in this brainstorming. Yeah. Here software is there. Then brainstorming software, mind map software. If we go and click here, it will open the mind map software. Just I am not open the plugin and all. So here is some software, the literature work. Yeah, you can see here mind map literature work, then finding idea, data aggregation. It's all of the softwares also available. There you can go and collect the data, and then system and literature review also. Some software also available. On the data aggregation, data conversion, data analysis, and the publication. This all the use you can use the softwares. So here, for example, one software I will explain you practically. You can go and collect the publish articles software. It download. You can go there. You can collect the software. Publish articles install for Windows. You can go and collect here and click it. You can yes. Next. Agree the terms and conditions. Next. Install. Finish. After finishing this one, you can open it. You can collect. You can go and click the Google Scholar. There you have to type your research area. For example, here I am going to type the financial management. There you have to collect a huge amount of article. It will display here based on the citations. Then if you need the access your H-index citation also, there in the author name is there, you have to type your name. There you can access it. In the title words, for example, if you need the exact title, even in the financial management, the title itself, you need some of the article. You can go and write that. You can go and type it title words. It will be displayed here. So after clicking it, it will open it. You can directly you can click it and you can read the article. You can download the article. That type of facilities also there, particularly after coming the this technology, particularly social science and science scholars. So many advanced facilities also there for doing the research, particularly social science. Yeah, this is for article. You can go on even books and journal article. Everything is available here. So even patents are also available. So You can go and click here. For example, this is 1036 small business. This is a highly cited article. Just you can go and click here. You can access the abstract level. Then if you need a full text also, you can access. Particularly the software and social science research is highly useful for you. Sometimes based on that, this article also with the publisher, actually you can read the article how you can use the software, then brainstorm, literature work. This so after reading this type of articles, you can do excellent research. Particularly nowadays, a lot of tools also available. Using the tools, it will reduce our time. Particularly, you know that for literature review, once upon a time it was take a lot of time. Even it will take 1.5 year, 2 years time also. But nowadays, within 2 days, you can calculate the data, particularly using the software. So you can spend a lot of time with the net and the Google, even Google Scholar also, they give the alert service, creating profile services like that. They will give many services for the technology services. You can use the services, then you can do excellent research. So here, if you have any doubts, questions, you can ask me. Then really, finally, I want to give thanks to organizing secretary, the committee members, and the principal of the college, and the committee members, and dear all the participants. Really, thank you for your patient listening for past 1 hour time. So really, thank you very much for your spend the time. Thank you. If you have any question, just you can ask me. Madam?
Participants, the portal is now open for the question session.
Hello?
Ma'am. Mask.
Thank you, sir, for the informative and knowledge-enriching deliberation. Now I entreat Mrs. J. John C. Carolyn, Assistant Professor, Department of Chemistry, to express few words of gratitude.
Enter into his gates with thanksgiving and to his courts with praise. Psalm chapter 100 verses 4. A warm and cheerful afternoon to one and all present here. First and foremost, I thank the Lord Almighty for his gracious blessings in making this session an innovative one. On behalf of the management and principal, it is my privilege to thank our resource person, Dr. R. Balasubramani, Associate Professor, Department of Library and Information Science, Bharatidasan University, Tiruchirappalli, for enlightening us on web technologies for social science research, challenges, and innovation. Your session gave us the scope on innovative techniques and have kindled our knowledge on challenges on web technologies for social science, mainly in the areas of research with transformational change, the web technology tools for social science, research, online publishing, and open source electronic sources for social science, digitalization, and the importance of publishing in Scopus and Web of Science. And the digital convergence, e-Vidwan and e-Yatra was in such an informative session. Thank you, sir. I take this opportunity to thank the members of the research committee and the PG and Research Department of Library and Information Science, Nirmala College for Women, and everyone present here. Thank you all.
Students, please stay online for the upcoming event.
Good afternoon to one and all. We have come to the end of the on new frontiers in research, challenges, and innovations. I welcome you all for the valedictory function. Let us begin with a prayer song. It's a privilege to introduce Professor Dr. K. Murgave, Registrar, Bardiyar University, a senior professor and head of the Department of Physical Education, has a vast experience of 31 years, of which he initially worked as a reader for 18 years at Aya Nada Janaki Ammal College, Shivagasi, before joining Bardiyar University. At Bardiyar University, Professor held many responsible positions such as Syndicate Member, Bhatyar University, 2011 to 2014, Dean of Education, 2012-2015, Syndicate Member, Bhatyar University, Chief Warden at Bhatyar University, Liaison Officer for Search Committee, BC Selection, Bhatyar University. Besides these, Professor Murugavel was one among the final 3 candidates for interaction with the governor for the post of Vice Chancellor of Tamil Nadu Physical Education and Sports in 2018. He acted as a board member for faculty recruitment of various universities and colleges in Tamil Nadu and in other states. Professor Murugavel has acted as a chairman and a member of the Board of Studies at different universities and colleges. He has published 3 books and 71 articles, served as a chairman at various national and international conferences, and presented many articles at the national and the international level. Professor Dr. K. Murugavel has been awarded the Lifetime Achievement Award in 2018 by Nature Science Foundation, Coimbatore, and Life Achievement Award in 2019 by Research Novel Academy, Pondicherry. We are pleased to have your presence for today's conference, sir. Warm welcome to you, sir.
Sir, I file a sir. Sound correct இருக்கா? யார் இருக்காங்களா? Hello?
Sir, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can start, madam.
Yes, sir.
Is there any other?
Hello, sir.
No. So any other welcome address is there?
They are welcomed, sir. And your audio and video are perfectly all right.
Okay. Okay, madam. Okay, madam. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for giving your consent to do
Thank you,
that.
madam. Thank you, madam. Okay. Good afternoon, all of you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, yes. Am I audible clearly?
Perfectly all right, sir.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. Thank you very much. So once again, good afternoon, all of you. So most respectable principal of the esteemed institution, Nirmala College, and respected organizing secretaries of this 2 days international conference on new frontiers in research, challenges and innovations, and resource persons from various institutions, participants, scholars, and student friends. So at the outset, I must thank the organizers for having started the validatory function exactly 2:30. I must compliment them for their promptness in organizing the validatory function. And also, I must thank the principal, organizing secretaries, faculty members, students of this great institution for having given me this wonderful opportunity to interact with the scientists of our country. Dear friends, the best service among the services is serving for education. That too, for women education, the Nirmala College has got its own tradition. It's serving for women education. We speak a lot on women empowerment, women education, women enhancement, everything. But the real promoters of women education are the Nirmala College. So they are serving for cause of women for the society. Because if you want to have a healthy family, we need to have a good mother, healthy mother. If you want to have a healthy nation, we need good and healthy women. In this context, Nirmala College is serving for making, shaping and producing good women to the country, good mothers to the family. They are serving for the right cause of education to the women. And also, if you educate a boy, you educate a family. If you educate a girl, you educate a nation. So this institution has got its own tradition of serving for women education for more than 4 decades. So we, particularly myself, I have a close rapport and association with the Nirmala College. I was there in the college committee also for 3 years. I know the service extended by the sisters, principals, faculty members. So they extend their unstinted service for the cause of education. I really salute all of you to made me to be a part of this well-written function. Really, thank you very much, sisters and faculty members, organizing secretaries at your cost. And Dr. Sarangabani, University Librarian of our university, has came with me with the organizing secretaries to be part of this. Really, I'm thankful to Dr. Sarangabani, University Librarian, for him also for having given me this wonderful opportunity. I hope that for past 2 days, much resource persons might have deliberated very well on the challenges on innovation. All the participants might have benefited well. I know the organizing capability of Nirmala College. They might have organized in well-planned manner and systematic manner. All the participants from different parts of the country might have benefited, might have enriched the existing source of knowledge from this 2 days conference. Dear friends, so in India, we have a wider gap between research findings and implementation or the practical situation. So we do a lot of research. We publish a number of research papers, but where we stand, there is a wider gap between what we find by our research and implementation. So this gap should be narrowed by the participants, teachers, organizers, administrators at any cost. So this is what we lack in India. So that's why for even very smallest country in the world, the Israel, the country which is able to produce more number of Nobel laureates. So only thing we stand behind is, reason behind is, we have a wider gap between the research findings and implementation. And we should try to implement always the research, the findings of the research should reach even the layman, even to grassroots level. So that is lacking at our country. I hope that Nirmala College, the sisters are doing a wonderful job in promotion of research, and they have availed almost all the grants, all the schemes from University Grants Commission in promotion of research. This now, the topic is challenges, innovations. Dear friends, innovation of research involves looking for a solutions. Looking for a solution. We always try to find the solutions for problems, either to know or to sometimes to unidentified needs or undefined needs. Okay, so there are gaps, as I told you, are wide spaces in the market, in the field of education, where new products or innovations can radically make a difference to consumers or the scholars while creating financial benefits to creators. So always we should try to find the solution to the problems in the society. So as I told you, the findings of the research should come out and reach to the grassroots level. Even if a layman reads the findings, he should be able to understand, he should be able to read. So it should be readable, understandable, and transformable to the grassroots level. So the basic aim of education is transformation of outcomes of curriculum for the development of society. So transformation of outcomes of the curriculum can be transformed into the industry, to the society, only through research. So research is a right platform for transformation of outcomes of curriculum to the society for the development of industry. So that we can have a link between the educational institutions, the stakeholders, students, and the industries. Once the link is established between among these three components, education institutions, stakeholders, and industry, so we can also become a developed country in the part of research is concerned. That's what I want to convey. That's what I want to inform all the participants in this platform. So doing post-COVID, I think that I take it granted we are in the post-COVID period. So I don't think that of how far I am right. So in spite the Nirmala College, the organizing secretary, they have taken more pain on their shoulders to convene. Actually, this would have been conducted offline. I was told that. So in spite this pandemic, it has been converted into offline. In spite, the participants might have enriched your knowledge with this submission. So once again, I thank the principal, faculty members, organization secretaries from PG and research departments of library and information science and research committee for having conducted 2 days international conference on this unique topic. I also wish them to have more colors in the field of academics as well as research. And I congratulate all the participants. And on behalf of Nirmala College and Bargar University, I thank all the resource persons who have extended their resources, expertises for enrichment of knowledge in the field of research. And I congratulate the student participants who have participated in this program. Finally, I thank one and all for having given me this opportunity. I wish the Nirmala College principal, faculty members, students to come up with more colors to become one of a pivotal institution in India in future. Thank you very much. All the best. Thank you, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Dr. Azila Fatima, Head and Assistant Professor, Department of English, Nirmala College for Women, to give the report for 2 days international conference.
Report on the 2-day international conference. Nirmala College for Women, vehemently aiming at the emancipation of women, is privileged to conduct an ICSSR-sponsored 2 days international conference on new frontiers in research, challenges and innovation, NFRCI, on 9th and 10th February 2022, organized by the PG and Research Department of Library and Information Science and Research Committee. The library of the college is a technical hub that caters to the requirements of all research scholars. The college had toiled hard to strengthen research and innovation of young women by establishing a research committee. This suffers their intellectual appetite and empowers them to confront any encumbrance in the present day. Indian Council of Social Science Research, established by the Government of India, provides library and information support services to researchers in social sciences, thereby promoting powerful research environment through sharing and reuse of data. This institution is ever grateful to ICSSR for its sponsorship to build an intellectual community. This international conference, powered financially and morally by ICSSR, had great expert lecture and research paper presentation discussing on the innovation strategies and challenges in the research field. The conference benefited in equipping the aspirants the new challenges faced by the researchers and taught them to bring out new and original research work. It highlighted the importance of quality in research that can be applied to meet the requirements of society and thereby developing the international community as a whole. Focused on the basis of IPR protection, patenting, and encouraged scholars to come up with new discoveries and invention. The day one of international conference was a success because God was in our midst. The intellectual meet was commenced by invoking God's bountiful blessing through a prayer song. The gathering was warmly welcomed and introductory note for all distinguished personality was given by Reverend Sister Dr. Jacqueline Mary, editor and organizing secretary. The backbone of the institution, Reverend Sister Dr. Helen, propounded her felicitation, expressing the need for awareness of quality research for institution sustainability and development. Professor Jayanthalal Ramachekara, Vice Chancellor, Yuva Velasar University, Bandula, Sri Lanka, enunciated the importance of organizing the international conference to expand one's knowledge. Next, Dr. Sarangapani, librarian, Bharatiyar University, Coimbatore, articulated the keynote address that revolved on how ardent utilization of library leads to innovation in research. Mr. Maheshwaran, librarian, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka, poured out his special address to the gathering, highlighting the fundamental aspects of the conference. The intellectual discourse consists of 6 technical sessions to embrace a new perspective and to give a fresh look at the future and all the wonderful possibilities it holds. The technical session 1 was handled by Dr. J. Madhavan, Dean and Associate Professor of Physics, Loyola College, Chennai. He expressed on the topic, do's and don'ts of scientific research. Sir shared his knowledge on how to write an academic research paper. He started his lecture with effective ways of writing the title, keywords, process, and structure of research paper, and touched on the topic like citation and plagiarism. The technical 2 session was taken over by Dr. M. Victor Anthony Raj, Assistant Professor of Physics, Loyola College, Chennai, focused on the topic IPR protection and innovation. IPR was one of the basic topics that enabled the audience to comprehend the rights and reserves required for their future plans and the right reserved for their work and property. The technical session 3, handled by Dr. V. Bhuvaneshwari, Associate Professor of Computer Application, Bharatiyar University, Coimbatore, revolved on the topic Data Analytics Perspective in IR. She gave a vivid description on how data analysis serve as an important aspect which is valued by all IR sensor and other technology. The real-time process and the other perspective based on data analysis was brought into knowledge for the audience. Another day dawned to help budding researchers to embark upon their journey towards the intellectual summit. The day 2 of the international conference commenced with the technical session 4, which was taken over by Dr. Pradeepan, Senior Assistant Professor, Yuva Velasar University, Bandula, Sri Lanka. The topic highlighted on the tools and techniques for effective research management. He couched on various tools and techniques that can help on the improvisation of a research paper and taught the modern techniques including answers to the WH question and how the paper can be presented professionally. The Government of India is celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, an initiative to commemorate 75 years of progressive development in India and glorious history of its people, culture, and achievement. As part of the celebration, the conference added a special lecture by Colonel Rajesh R.M. Jodhpur to its agenda. He articulated on the topic Indian defense achievement and infused a patriotic thrill in the air. Sir talked about the Indo-Chinese War and hidden struggles faced by the Indian Army in different battles. He portrayed the important and brave decision taken during rough times in protecting the country from the neighboring countries. The patriotic mind of Indian citizens were kindled up listening to the courageous and vigorous achievements of our country's defense. The mind-blowing session with videos and clips from various war achievements that visualize the traumas and hardship of Indian Army was a notable one. The next technical session 5 was handled by Dr. R. Balasubramanian, Associate Professor, Department of Library and Information Science, Bharatdasan University, Trichinopalli. The topic depicted the web technologies for social science research, challenges and innovation. The technical session 6 was handled by Dr. Rupesh Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Studies and Research in Library and Information Science, Tumkur, University, Karnataka. He articulated on the topic, core competency for research in digital age. The aim of the lecture was to formulate the features of industrial and modern education system, to compare them, as well to identify a set of competencies that people need to form in order to effectively cope with their professional tasks in the digital age. The institution is ever committed to help every learner develop as a whole person by chiseling their potential in the research field. Presenting of papers serve as an acknowledgement for the strenuous intellectual work. The international conference opened up opportunities for some scholars to enunciate on their research paper. The culmination of the ICSSR sponsored two days International Conference on New Frontiers in Research, Challenges and Innovation, NFRCI, was with a valedictory note by Professor Dr. K. Murugavel Registrar, Senior Professor and Head of Physical Education, Bharatiya University, Coimbatore, who elaborated on the impact of solution for any research innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I now invite Reverend Sister Dr. M. Helen, Principal, Nirmala College for Women, to distribute the certificates. Alina B. Ilavathingal from the Department of Botany. Yarni, PhD Scholar, Department of Botany, Nirmala College for Women. Madhu Monisa, PhD Scholar, Department of Botany, Nirmala College for Women. Yes, Kavi Malar, PhD Scholar, Department of Botany, Nirmala College for Women. F. Daisy Martina from the Department of Library Science, Nirmala College for Women. Thank you, sister. Thank you, presenters. I now call the Head and Assistant Professor, Department of Geography, Nirmala College, to propose the vote of thanks.
Warm good afternoon to all. Gratitude is the acknowledgement that paves way for a successful end. The vibration of thanks creates the most feeling, and the root of all goodness lies in the aspect of appreciation. A thank you note is a mighty and powerful prayer. Honorable Registrar in charge of Bharatiya University, Professor Dr. K. Murugavel, Excellencies, respected Secretary, Principal and Vice Principal of Nirmala College, distinguished delegates, faculty members, and my dear students. I deem it a great privilege to represent Nirmala College for Women as I stand here today on behalf of all the organizers of NFRCI 2022 to thank all whose contributions have made us proud, and also to thank all of you whose efforts have made this function a truly grand success. I, on behalf of the organizing committee, convey deep regards and hearty thanks to Honorable Vice Chancellor of Uvavelasa University, Sri Lanka, Professor Jayanta Lal Ratnashekara, for being the guest of honor and delivering the inaugural address. Thank you, sir. I'm also thankful to the registrar in charge of Bharatiya University, Professor Dr. K. Murugavel, who graced us with his kind words today, in spite of his busy schedule. We will remain grateful to you and we thank you for being with us today, sir. With immense pleasure and gratitude, I recall the efforts of the eminent speakers who contributed by and large to the NFRCI 2022. I would like to name all the speakers of our conference. Mr. R. Maheshwaran, Librarian, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. Dr. J. Madhavan, Dean and Associate Professor of Physics, Loyola College, Chennai. Dr. M. Victor Anthony Raj, Assistant Professor of Physics, Loyola College, Chennai. Dr. V. Bhuvaneshwari, Associate Professor of Computer Applications, Bharatiya University, Coimbatore. Dr. T. Pradeepan, Senior Assistant Librarian, Uvavelasa University, Badala, Sri Lanka. Colonel Rajesh R. in Jodhpur for his special lecture on achievements at 75 to celebrate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Dr. R. Balasubramani, Associate Professor, Department of Library and Information Science, Bharathidasan University, Trichy. Dr. A. Rupesh Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Studies and Research in Library and Information Science, Tumkur University, Karnataka. I would like to thank all these eminent speakers for their contributions they have given for the NFRCI 2022. Honestly, I have no word strong enough to express my gratitude to Professor Dr. R. Sarangapani, Librarian and Head of the Department of Library, Bharatiya University. He has been a constant supporter and real performer of his responsibilities. It has not been uncommon to receive email replies from him within a few minutes and telephone calls whenever we approach him with doubts and for clarifications. Thank you, sir, for the wonderful support you have given us. I would like to wholeheartedly thank Dr. Balasubramani, Associate Professor, Department of Library and Information Science, Bharathidasan University, Trichy. Words are not enough to thank your constant guidance and support to shape the conference. Thank you, sir. Nirmala College would like to place on record the gratitude to ICSSR for the support they were rendering in the past and currently for this conference, NFRCI 2022. By financially supporting us. Thank you, ICSSR, for the funding assistance provided for the smooth conduct of this conference. I wholeheartedly thank all the chairpersons of the technical sessions and the paper presenters and the delegates who were part of the technical sessions. I would like to thank our management, especially our beloved secretary, Reverend Sister Dr. Ruby Alangar Mary, for her constant help and guidance that radiated a source of energy within us. We are highly appreciative of the leadership, encouragement, and extensive support provided by Principal Reverend Sister Dr. M. Helen. Thank you, sisters. I'm also very much thankful to Vice Principal Reverend Sister Dr. Mary Fabiola for her gracious presence and wishes. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheels started rolling months in advance. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated faculty members, committee members, and volunteers. I must say that the incredible leadership, timely and proper advice, and the freedom in decision-making provided to us by our convener, Reverend Sister Dr. Jacqueline Mary, has been indispensable for us to work on this conference. Thank you, sister, for your support and guidance. I cannot thank everyone enough for the involvement they have shown and the willingness they have expressed to take on the responsibilities and completion of tasks beyond their comfort zones. There has been a team comprised of ever-smiling and never-tiring technical team under Ms. Pearlie, PG student, Mr. Sherry, Mr. Anand, Mrs. Muthumalati, Assistant Professor of Computer Science, Mrs. Mary Teresa, Assistant Professor of Computer Science, and all the other non-teaching staff who has tirelessly worked for the success of this conference. Without their support, we would have done very little. Thank you, one and all.
Kindly rise for the national anthem.